Alma here?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay. So, we do have quorum, so, Rodney, if you can put us, okay, we can start now. Good morning, honorable colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, to our legislative services, team, and also to the Division of Natural Resources, department managers, and division director, Mr. Holona, and to listeners on the call, good morning. And again, happy Friday to everyone. I know it's been a really tough week and a lot of listening and dialogue to this point, which has been very great. So at this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order, Mr. Tahi, at 9:16 a.m. And if I could have Ms. Sosi do roll call vote, or roll call.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of RDC. This is the Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council Special Meeting, August 11, 2023, at 9:16 a.m. Calling for roll call, Honorable Brenda Hsu, Chair.
Present.
Honorable Rick Nez. Also, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair
Vice
Casey Johnson is present.
Honorable Shauna Ann Clark.
Shauna Ann Clark, present.
Ms. Shauna Ann Clark, present. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto So.
Here.
Honorable Otto So is present. That's 6 present and makes us present to constitute a quorum. Madam Chair.
Kokoshi? Yeah. Ado eya kune, kodoshi to the zimbe ado nisiki, shiyaj are honorable Otto So, ashonde are to the zim. The chip I is that he's really big card,
Oh, definitely. Shonde that position. So, Jojo le na kani ma, jona ini ta, ishi ko. This car is been we in the hikar. And said has a the that is ishi ko. San leni on this car be, cutting pa home. The ishi ko be, this dash the on the be. San leni ko be ya eho na sha ya no seko. Lean da kada adika ya hon la do lis ade do kon lean ade da lo do lis pa neke tin kon lean ya ado ego be in kon ade ya kon ni de ni island dis do de na dis ado da kon on ka nen lean dis ka ke in so no no this ka ya sin so fin so by these in those transcends so the these in go distinct ko is where then in the ba halia around the idea ego ya ko ja the ani ko ne we ni nin suing nin yin ni ya ni no ho so because the thing is now really horizon in green on the idea that this thing is zone video zone because the thing was not leave for the think
yeah, honorable Otto So citizen Medingi, Papa Hainsley, Ado, Inda, Nasamana, the Dojish, Benda Aya on the legislation 0168-2, recognizing guests. Again, this morning I'd like to allow members of Resources and Development Committee to introduce themselves for those staff that they're new individuals on the call here this morning. So I'd like to have RDC and then our visiting officials be recognized this morning. So starting off with Vice Chair Johnson.
Yeah, Brenda, good morning, everybody. I'm Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson of the RDC. Just want to welcome everybody here today. And thank you for the sweet treats again today. and looking forward to dipping that in my coffee. Shay, my days keeping this now has gone has all bushes chin, Hana, and this is Shay, Sinna, and edition of David and from Cameron, Arizona. It's actually a national monument now, as of earlier this week. My understanding. Thank you, President Biden and Deb Haaland. So, just wanted to say good morning to everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, Vice Chair Johnson, Adoida Shadeja, Honorable Claw.
Good morning. My name is Shauna Ann Claw, and I am from Chinle. I'm the council delegate there. Good morning to our staff and my colleagues. My clients are Hawasana and Shledo, Kodishini, Bashishchi, Tachini, Neshito County, Dishnelikus, Amador Simpson. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Adoida Shiaj, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of RDC, staff over here, Navajo Nation, guests, individual on the call here on Zoom. Good morning, Naka Chico. Shay Jansen, Anagin, Ashka, Tkuchi, Shimashi, Shastashanab, Chico, eight charges of Panashkali, East thank you, Madam Chair.
Shiaj, Adoida Panashanai, Honorable Rick Naz.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, staff, chapters Hogback, San Juan, Upper Burnham, and Nickham. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Honorable Naz, Adoida Shiaj, Honorable Otto Stowe.
Good morning, this is Beneshi Autophone, Shido, Naka Network is Lynch, Nashel Papa, Shido, look at Madam Shay, oh, Tanachi, Shinana, Shido, Honest, the visions, and Snow, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Otto Stowe. Shea, Brenda Jesus, Yenshiedo, Titnajin, Slot, Kodaki, Bashin, Fanalani, Shea, 1200, was a Southern Ishland, Ado, a 90 Dishli, Doku, Daisono, Aegi, Ado Kudik, Land Department, the Kisponosoni, honorable colleagues of RDC, Ado Legislative Team, and Division of Natural Resources. Fundas Nishigi Hiha Ado Kodoeya Legislative Services Staff Bahadish Mr. Tahi.
And Madam Chair, RDC members, those present, those online, good morning. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee in Kia'ani and Sinjikene, and I'm Reggie from Steamboat, Arizona. Back to Madam Chair.
Mr. Mose.
Morning, Madam Chair. Morning, everyone here and online. Chair, Leonard Moses here. Session Law, Manani, but this chain, I think that's take us for months. Welcome, everyone.
Aroinda Kodo, Gerati Tahi, Ms. Khan.
Good morning. Ja, het aandacht voor. Dit voor je het leren is het aandachtjes zien. Als je dat het zijn, dan is het geen dat je Good morning, one and all. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Aroinda Ms. Quinn.
Good morning, Madam Chair, the board is DNR. My name is April Quinn, and I'm with the Office of Legislative Council.
Aroinda Ms. Sosi.
Yate Bennett, Leslie Sophie, and Ashihi Nishman, Sohokli, Babiching, Betlabas, Daikuche, Ufosana, Nishanali, and Asa, good morning, everybody.
Hagoshi, I'd like to have Chandler Willie on the call. Introduce yourself. Star 6 to unmute.
Vegetarian.
Oh, Mr. Jason John. Introduction, Star 6 to unmute.
Yes, good morning, Chair and everybody. Jason John, Director of Navajo Department of Water Resources.
Sakoshi Keha. And also, Ms. Gloria Tom.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Resource and Development Committee. This Gloria Tom, Tortichitni Nishli Tatchitni Bashishchin, and I'm joining you virtually today. I'm just feeling under the weather today, so good morning.
Sakoshi, good morning. And I'd like to take it to Mr. Halona, introduction last.
Madam Chair, Resource Development Committee. Mike Halona, that's the thing. But I'm in charge, but it's 400 and other clear audit, that's the thing. But our next level is division natural resources and other that here.
Sakoshi, I'd like to go ahead and have your department managers introduce themselves. So starting with Mr. Victui.
Good morning, Chair and RDC Committee. Byron Bitsui, Navajo Land Department. Tortichitni Nishli. Asna Asni Bashishchin. Ashini Dashinella. Lugana Dashche. Welcome, everybody, and greetings.
Thank you. Mr.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee, David McKessick, with Fish and Wildlife, here, along with Gloria that's on the line.
Thank you. Mr. Begay?
Good morning. My name is Martin Begay. I'm the Department Director for Parks and Recreation. Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Resources Committee. My name is Emmanuel Charlie. I'm the Deputy Director for the for DNR, and I'm going to set that right insurance. I came from insurance, so I was the public manager there, so I took over to help my chair here. I'm in strong cutting, nothing but just chain, although chini, that's a chain, those two chini, that's another. I'm originally from Griffith Springs, New York. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of RDC Committee. Shay Anderson, Ambassador, Chef, Senat Between, Mishlan Hashishni Bashishchin, Secretary for Cesar Shinola, Silicon Valley. I am the Department Manager for the General Land Development Department, and I come from Palmetto, Arizona. Thank you.
Shaha, and then Ms. Holgate.
Good morning. Greetings to Madam Chair, members of the RDC Committee, and staff. Good morning. My name is Brenda Holgate, Shay Kohei, Cleaning, Senate is the Ava Shishi, and it's touching the Ava Shishi, other Ava Shishi, other top, a little bit of the Eastern Navajo Agency. Today we had an Eastern Agency Council meeting, but I'm here. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for playing that dual role and your commitment to DNR. Hakoshi Tanahado Shishi Kadoshina Ani Nostenigi with Division of Natural Resources. Yesterday, Dada Itakuigushina, they kit Kodo Janat Ani Nidigi Resources and Development Committee, baseball, so under the Nahas Tanigi. Although the Kuigushi legislative amendment is not so not able to ko eshi ende a toti bin kigas kito from that day kito other in the get ishale in doni ko she ade koto shnat ani bana ko shato resources and development committee members so shna koto sa nato kita honorable Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, staff, Ado, Korora, Nakain, Ejigi, Mr. Halona. I'm glad that Gloria Tom is on the call. A month ago, I got a text message about two wolves two wolves down at Chaco Wash by Hogback. I don't think they were introduced back into this area, is what the gentleman said. And he sent me 3 pictures of wolves near the grazing area where this family lives. And here are the 2 wolves. I don't know what kind of wolves they are, but they were spotted there. And they were shy, and they were watching, then they ran off. So, the reason that I'm bringing this up, I know Seneki, did a Kuro wolf bahan, Yashiki, Eyaha, Kuro Fish and Wildlife, Kwaki Bus. So, there's only one predator control agent, Baka, on page 1. If you turn over to the unmet needs, on tab 15, appendix K, the first one predator control agent has been removed from the FY 2024 budget due to a lack of funding. The Department of Fish and Wildlife operated in fiscal year 2023 with a severe lack of operational funding and must therefore remove one position from the 2024 budget to avoid a severe lack of operational funding. The predator control agent being removed is responsible for predator control in the western half of the Navajo Nation. Predator control agents are responsible for assisting livestock owners with removal of coyotes, bobcats, foxes, bears, and mountain lions that cause damage to livestock. Predator control agents are also responsible for assisting the public with removal of prairie dogs causing damage to property and rangelands. I see that wolves are not on the list, and neither is other animals. But I know Seneke, perhaps Ms. Gloria Tom could respond to whether what we would need to do is, if there's only one on the list here, what area does that ranger, the predator control agent, take care of? Right here, it does say that the western half of the Navajo Nation, that is like, could you go, Injo, Chinlead on it, what your Autoso, as well as Casey Johnson's area, and Shauna. So, of course, Josh at Pendole, or that's what did my so wolves, so my that, so mountain lions, that's happens, and that's Pendole. With one being funded, I think we should reinstate this. I don't know, Seneki, maybe David or Gloria Tom could expound on this. Madam Chair, back to you.
So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to either Ms. Tom or David in regards to the questions that were posed here by Honorable Nez regarding a position that was being abolished, along with these animals of wolves that are being noted or noticed out in the areas of the Navajo Nation, and that the recommendation is to not abolish the position, but reinstate. So at this time, Ms. Tom?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and Delegate Nez, thank you for that question. Currently, the department has 2 predator control agents employed. One is based out of Two Gray Hills and covers the eastern portion of the Navajo Nation, and then the other is based out of Chin Lee, and he covers the western portion of the Navajo Nation. when we were initially going through the preparation for the fiscal year 2024 budget proposal, the department did recommend that layoff due to cost of living problems with and general wage adjustments that were basically required, and it didn't result in any additional funding. And so this year, fiscal year 2023, we're having a real difficult time in our operating because of our personnel expenses. And so when we put together the 24 budget, we had initially removed that position. However, we were directed by the division to restore that position, which I thought we did. That we resubmitted that budget earlier this week, and so that position has been put back into the budget proposal. However, it has tremendously impacted our operating allocation. I believe we're down to $12,000 of annual operating costs that would be budgeted, but we did restore that position. I'm not sure if that's what the committee has in hand in their binder, but we turned that into DNR, Madam Chair.
Ms. Tom, for that response. Honorable Les?
I see there's only one, Madam Chair, only one predator control agent under Fish and Wildlife. I don't see where, other than the unmet needs, so maybe we should request from Mr. Halona that this be corrected, or?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Ms. Khan has two. Mine's only got one here.
I have two on mine.
I have two.
Chinley and Shiprock, like she's like Tom stated.
Somebody get Chairman Nez the correct page, please.
Madam Chair, we'll have Mr. Colonna make this clarification on the two.
Thank you, Madam.
I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. Halona.
Madam Chair, thank you for the breakfast and all the sweets. I think that have some more. Anyway, you'll see that it's still in the binder, and I appreciate Delegate Nez's observation and recommendation to reinstate for the record so that we can proceed, because the original unmet needs packet went across for legislation, the unmet needs packet.
So would that cause for an amendment, Ms. Khan? So, I guess the first packet was abolishing one of these positions, right? That went over with the legislation, you said, right?
Went over where?
To Office of Legislative Services?
Yes.
So this was an insert not too long ago, right?
Right, so then after that, I had a discussion with Fish and Wildlife that to reinstate, we need to take that back into the budget. Auto operating, internally, we'll figure out a way to offset some of the operating costs for the department. And so they did amend their budget, and I think you'll see that in the packet. But the unmet needs packet was still in here because that went over, the original went over to legislative council. So anyway, so to have that on the record that we are requesting that it be placed back in, so it can be adjusted over in that legislation packet.
So one question that I have, Shinafani, Mr. Halona, is the Fish and Wildlife, tab 10 of the current budget manual you gave us, or budget, you gave to us. So the numbers pretty much didn't change, or did it change? That's what we need to know to these exhibits that's attached to the legislation.
The numbers did not change.
Okay.
The allocated number did not change.
Okay.
The amount did not change. It's just that we put the, we adjusted by putting the position back in and adjusted all the operating that those monies had gone into. It did not come.
Good question. So with that, Mr. Tahi, the numbers haven't changed. I cross-checked it. So, and that position is under Fish and Wildlife budget, so we don't need to do now an amendment.
Madam Chair, members have already seen, we would still need to make amendments to, resource and development, Division of Natural Resources Exhibit B, that's the part of the legislation, 0164. The reason is, per the memo that was issued by Office of Legislative Counsel, they're not supposed to fill in D and E, and those are filled in. So in E, it shows all the negative amounts, so that's not what we made any of the adjustments to, where RDC would be filling in column B, the Oversight Committee's recommended FY '24 general fund budget. So that's what we've been doing. So this would just be, would need to be amended to comply with the memo that came from Office of Legislative Counsel. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Okay. Mr. Tahi. So with that, Mr. Tahi did note, again, this memo was issued by Dana Barboff, our Chief Legal Counsel from Office of Legislative Services, giving instructions to the division directors and department managers on how to fill out these exhibits that were initially to be attached to the legislation. Number one, an area of Fish and Wildlife, the position of the predator control agent apparently is in the budget. We don't need to make changes to Fish and Wildlife budget amount on Exhibit B of the legislation, but the legislation or the Exhibit B still needs to be addressed, where there's supposed to be no fill-ins in column D and E, but the staff did let me know, Rodney, that fillable form, there's, the formulas are already in there, and this is what it pulls up. So is there any way we can just, delete the, formulas that they have on their Excel spreadsheet, so that these numbers don't pop up in column E?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, what would happen is, once we make the amendments to swap out the old Exhibit B with the new Exhibit B, the old Exhibit B would be this, that's currently in the legislation. The new Exhibit B would be if RDC approves the numbers that are the branch, that were agreed by the branch chief for the proposed FY '24 general fund, that fund would just automatically slide over to Exhibit B, which automatically will leave all of the Exhibit E blank. But unfortunately, how it's reading is, we're zeroing out their budget, because that parentheses is considered a negative. So basically what this saying is that
they don't need
the Division of Natural Resources requesting $19,448,079, and RDC is recommending, if this is approved how it's written, that we're recommending they don't get a budget because we're zeroing out everything from them. So that's the reason why the amendment needs to be, we need to clean this out, swap it out with the new Exhibit B, which I would indicate that this is the numbers that this committee oversight agreed, and it would show that there's no negative or minuses amount in it.
Okay. Yeah, so Mr. Halona, if we could have your staff work on that. So they're working on it right now as we're continuing this dialogue. So Honorable, Otto Stone.
I don't wanna ask any questions, but I'm finding that, so. I don't, home meeting space, I know. So in charge, then you say that.你其实咱们是，我开始呢，是，记得just a recommendation is that all the vacant positions that are going to be as slated for the 2024 budget. Go on, you think October 1st we're going to have those vacant positions full or filled. And the reason why I'm saying that is, if you see a projection, all the programs, if you have a 3-month projection that you think that it's going to take 3 months to hire this person in, based off of other hirees that happen, you know, maybe deduct the hours that you think that you could, you know, instead of 2080 down to, what's that number, 11, yeah, so 3/4 of the employees. That way you can reallocate those dollars wherever you want, where it's needed. That's just my recommendation, but that would be across the board, across the whole program, and what state and we're really going to reset and have to change all the budget points. But realistically, I think that moving forward, I think AG is the cause, you know, documents to be, budget forms to be signed, things like that. But we're not anything without it. That way, you put money where it's really needed. That way, that this was in the earlier, you know, to fund certain positions or certain things, you know, we have resources for it. Yeah. Other than that, I got the president, so beginning, that's what has been put upon this program. This is what you're working with. I don't keep a snare. I don't went around and ran yesterday. came down. I'm going to see that. Across even the land department across the national nation. A lot of it, the question was the land seizing and the archaeological clearances. And we know that the land seizing rate went up across the board. It's not what it used to be. 350 is what they used to charge, but any $600 on up is the legal description. And I saw the archaeological clearances. I talked to Carol Ward. Whoa, I want to come to work for you. So forth, but what I'm getting to is that the cost has increased. Donna, I had a discussion with one of the private land surveyors in Chief City, and it was regarding the land survey aspect, and I did make a proposal, a pitch to him, where I'm still disseminating my ARPA money for my chapter meeting, and I had a proposal of pay petition, which land survey, maybe we go to do 30 homes or something like that. And look at the numbers. But that's the same pitch I asked Carol Ward also there too. But I think that those are the major contractors that they use there. And what about what about our surrounding chapters? This is Super City's ARPA money. This is my $3.8 million. I wish we would have done that. The delegates would have done that across the board in their region, because that's the same scenario here, and I'm glad that you came and talked to us about this. And then again, our conversation was pertaining to the ARPA funding and land surveying and things like that, and people really need help in that. And even just to get a land resurvey, things like that, so. But I'll have a dialogue with you on that. But other than that, the whole program, I got one question, where's my APS process at? I will ask the individual tomorrow, that check off list, and I think that, what it is that, they think once it gets to Winteron, one program just signs off on it and it goes. And especially with the right-of-way request, service line agreement, they don't understand that it has to go through a couple of channels and they're not in there. I know we have the streamlining of it, how can we continue to try to improve the current process that's streamlined right now? How can we continue to improve that? And one was that I saw was that the service line agreement systems are different between Indian Health Service and NTWA. I think NTWA has Indian Health Service has 1,500 feet. And water and somewhere we have to come to where there's consistent, because if you have a service line agreement for 1,200 feet from NTWA and IHS has 1,500 feet, that 300 feet difference, you need to get that, make it all consistent. Because that 1,200-foot service line agreement, and if that person lives exactly 1,450 feet, they feel that would trigger a right-of-way. You have to go through the right-of-way process, and another layer of bureaucracy is not needed. So, that was one of my questions yesterday, and my husband was here, I think that I wouldn't be going through this, I think due to the fact that I don't have an enrollment number. But I'm trying to do this for my child. My child has an enrollment number. Continue to ask for his right away. You may be the person that's in charge until a child becomes 18. Even somewhere we have to come to the middle and on the greater official project, and I think it's slated to be oversawn or to be put under agriculture. There's some things that need to be ironed out. It is so I'm not been in the data. como other than that, again, yeah, I don't, Mr. Morton, yeah, esto, sí, ano that, yeah, بدأ تحقيق try to push and try to move forward to improve our facility out there. Again, help us facilities such as that the animal point in the project and even gone so that we never say it really want to see them. Yesterday, driving along the Echo Cliff Gap, there's a Senna stars along that Echo, along that bridge, Senna stars. So I was running before, so I was like, wow, that's amazing. And that rainbow came over, all these tourists pulled their trailers over, and those things really attract them, and that speaks to tourism and economic development. And then the other is we need some sort of RV park, whether it's or campground. There's some that want to disrupt it and just can't, you don't need to pull a pole or outhouse or things like that, and I was talking to brother-in-law yesterday. كل إذا أتكلموا عن الثاني جاب شو بسيطة أشلاء بعض فيها هذا $30 a day. Navajo Nation has not known today's either how safe it is. I knew that I did when I charged him. I did not take them to shop position. This is something that's out there, and tourists and individuals just want to stay somewhere without going to a room or didn't have a camper on their vehicle. I find this kid for this, money as a kid. So those are just some of the opportunities that I see as this budget process moves forward. The other is you know that you can't have the resources really to infuse and add more animal control. And the animal control is still out in the whole state. And all agencies. And I think Westford, we lost that position, or that person left, and it's still open. Even the ones that are very important, gave Steve got to try to push. And the other is that these positions cannot be filled. Maybe think about making them political appointees. That's the way to go. That way, you get rid of the criteria and you do the internal stuff and you appoint them directly. They can do the work. Because it could just be personnel. It's hard to do that. And there's nothing in the trend. You don't need a degree to do an outhouse. I don't know. It's 10 days now. It's PEP for me. And not that they feel that they're discouraged. DNR is a branch all over the Navajo Nation. In 98, when he did because it didn't deal with the land items that the natural resources bedroom. But again, I'm going to go ahead and support with what the president has allotted you guys, and you guys managed to make it work. And I don't have any other questions on this. But again, at the end of the day, when council approves this budget, you guys have the emergency interest to continue to provide the direct services for Navajo people. So, o nivel de I don't, I'm not gonna crawl around in there and you and then just not know. So I'm gonna leave it as is. You guys are professionals. You decided where the money's gonna go. That's just the thing. I can't see what Mr. Morton says. I can't see what Marina does at the mineral department. Is a forestry person. I have no knowledge about forest issues, but you guys are professionals here in what he does. Quran has play a vital role in having around the people all the time. I'm ready to vote, Madam Chair.
Well, let's do that. So, Honorable Otto Sona, and you know, he did bring up a good point, these service lines drop, it's all different, linear distance for, number one, Aisha, NTUA, CDEC. And I think that's where we really need to come together at a later time with RDC, so we get into a uniform linear, footage, What is service line drop? Auto grazing permit issue, your grazing, officials. And RDC is looking at, a work session after the Navajo Nation Fair. I think that's, the week of September the 11th. Now, the logistics and everything will be forthcoming, our advisor, Mr. Tahi's working on that, because, you know, that was a prior discussion that we've had not only here at RDC, but at NABI as well. The Department of Ag, just letting you know, in regards to that work session we're gonna, be open to. Now, one question I have with Honorable Rick Nez question, the predator control agent. I see that it's a part of the legislation. Are you requesting through your unmet needs, Exhibit E for an additional a predator control agent position too, with the two that you have under Fish and Wildlife budget? I just need that clarification, Mr. Holona, or to Fish and Wildlife. Or, Ms. Swan, or Brenda, okay?
Again, good morning, Madam Chair and RDC. I could do a short answer on that. When we prepared the exhibit A, B, C, D, and E, and then under exhibit D, we have unmet need packages that were attached. Those information went across the legislative branch, and they developed the legislation based on that information. And because of that, we couldn't remove it out because it was already part of the legislation.
Okay.
But internally, we restored that one position that Boyd is posted.
Ms. Okay. David?
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Jeff Cole, who's in charge of that program, he hasn't signed in yet, but he would like to comment on this issue.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I did receive, DNR's updated Exhibit A, B, C, D, and E, but that also includes external funds. According to the current Exhibit E, that position that is being addressed, which is row 2 in the Exhibit A in the legislation, 0168-23 is not in the new Exhibit E. So this Exhibit E that they currently email me would be the new Exhibit E and not the old Exhibit E. So when we start making amendments to the legislation, it'll read exchange out old Exhibit E with new Exhibit E, which is the unmet needs that needs to be filled in by DNR, so which they have shared with me. So that concern with the personnel is not in here. I can print it and have it copy for RDC's reference.
Because I'm going off of the one that was attached
In the legislation.
to the legislation. So apparently we do have the corrected version. Mr. Tahi does have that, so let's just leave that as is. Otto, Inda, who had their, hands up? Here, I'll go to Vice Chair and I'll go to Honorable Clausen. Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Alona, I just want to ask, are there any outstanding audits on any of the departments within the division of DNR?
Okay, Mr. Alona, we go ahead and yield the floor back to you for a response.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Resource Development Committee. My understanding that there is a special audit that was done, for Department of Ag. Can you give us a report on the, status of that audit?
No, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Excuse me, thanks for your opportunity. Neil Watchman Jr., Guy Extension, Department of Ag Manager. There are two, I guess, audits that were done within Ag, and one was on the tribal ranches, one is under nomination fair. I just find the corrective action for the fair, keeping in mind that when that audit was done, it was done under, with the fair office at that time was under Parks and Rec. So there was a handling of the findings. This time, the findings of the number of just entries placed on what needed to be corrected. We're still working on 3 of the, I think, 30 something. And we have been in contact with the Auditor General on meeting those. A lot of them have to do with compliance and also revenue and collection. I think there's a majority of it's ongoing. One of the key findings that was done was recognizing how the fair takes in dollars for either ticketing or sponsors, and how it equates for the value. So an example would be if you did a sponsorship and it's for $2,500, what did you get in return for those dollars? And I think there's been a handle on that. One of the areas in which Parks and Rec instituted was a third party to handle all of the intake of dollars and sponsorship. Prior, it was done internally, and there was a mixture of receivers within programs or within the program. So that's been reported on for a couple of years, but it still remains open on other areas that, in terms of improvement. I guess the fairgrounds that has dilapidated facilities, that was one of the findings, and we're still ongoing working on that under a plan that looks at efficiencies. So, and that's ongoing. So hopefully, with our next meeting with Auditor General, we'll have some gains in completing the overall and have completed the corrective action. So that's the update to this point. I believe the Auditor General does have either quarterly or either semi-meetings annually to see how we are achieving those. But a lot of those are fiscally oriented. It takes dollars to make that corrective action. You stand for questions.
Appreciate that, Mr. Watchman. Vice Chair Johnson has follow-up.
Yeah, I'd like to know how long ago this was.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I believe it was in 013. It's been ongoing since then. But as mentioned, there was no fairs for 2 years out of that, those number of years. And as mentioned, the Parks and Rec, it was under Parks and Rec when it started. We picked up on and handled a few of the corrective actions, but I'm not sure what the timeline is. We report on what we have accomplished, and as you're aware of any audit, there's no in-between answer. It's either you did it or you did not. And sometimes when it's fiscally oriented, we did not, but we are not, it's not like we're not working on it. So we're still gaining a know, which we're not getting any yes to champion that, finding.
Pushing Mr. Watchman. So with what Vice Chair Johnson had, asked here in terms of audit is an issue that needs to be addressed, because as we know, it goes further into sanctioning the department or even the overall division, and we don't want that to happen. So, since Parks and Recreation was a department that initially got the audit and the findings, but at some point, I don't know how it got, I guess, diverted over to Department of Ag. At some point, Resources Development Committee would have to get an updated report on the current corrective action plan status from Department of Agriculture and also the administration for DNR. So that's just something that we'll put on our radar as RDC, and then we'll go ahead and work with Rodney at such time when our schedule or, items on our agenda kind of gets a little bit slow, then we'll definitely come back and just get a report from you. So sheep and yes, chat, that's a valid question that Honorable Vice Chair Johnson did bring up. Okay? Yeah. Is that, let me yield the floor back over to Mr. Holona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, Navajo Nation Fair has an audit 2013. Land Department has a homestead lease processing audit 2019. Water Resource Follow-up Correction Plan 2020. And Department of Fish and Wildlife has a performance audit. And the last is the Four Corners Tribal Park audit 2023. It's a new one. So those are the ones that are in the process.
Bushy, thank you for that information, Mr. Holona. And apparently, when a corrective action plan is drafted, then that would be time to come before RDC. It's usually just the normal process. So go on that. Thank you for that. Follow-up? Okay. Article Claw.
Oh, thank you and good morning, and thank you for the wonderful breakfast here. Sometimes we just get out the door and then we don't eat. So I just want to say thank you for the hospitality. I'll go ahead and begin with, and my recommendation would be once I ask the question for that specific department, they can just answer back.
Pushing?
Okay. So, starting with the annual Navajo Nation Fair, proprietary fund, this is 915011. So in there, under the budget of 1391 rental buildings, there's $200,000 that's entered in there. Can you just explain how that fund is used? And that's all the question I have for Navajo Nation Fair.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to either Mr. Watchman or Ms. Holona. Mr. Holona.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Resource Committee. We all have Mr. Watchman, Department Manager, address the question.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I guess I'm looking for an entry that the overall budget for the proprietary fund is $600,000. We're falling into the rental portion. I don't seem to find that, but the bulk of the dollars that are set aside is handled in two ways. One is that the actual contract for our major contract would be the rodeo livestock provider, and then it's outsourced into split up into events, labeling what the events, the normal traditional events that have been budgeted for years, like say powwow or a song and dance, if they have individual budgeting, or other services would be under that would be the other smaller events. There's a number of them. We could list them as a part of that, but probably take up the whole page on where we're going with that. So that would be under 6910, which is actual the event itself. So 69 or 7110 to 7510 There's a bulk in there, but promotional items under awards for those events, under those line items, I don't see the rental part.
It's on the first page of 5, 5 of 9.
Okay. Let me get to that.
$13.92.
I don't see the rental portion, I just see the 6,000, I'm not sure we're reading off the same one.
Oh, no.
The actual budget for 24.
Oh, okay. I think it's taken out from there. It's not budgeted in there, it's,
Oh, that's revenues, right? Okay, that's a revenue, so offset, okay.
So that's how it's offset.
So we have to, I guess, put in there, I think we're indicating that because during the pandemic and still as we speak, we still have facilities that are being utilized for the operation, and that's loss in revenue. And so this is borrowed money essentially. So our revenue stream is rental, but we haven't been able to collect from internally, and I guess the reasons for that, but yes, it's still money that we are given to provide services. So, we did offset one year with, the census office coming in and renting the area. And there have been other, programs that have rented, so just to give an idea to revenue source, how we plan to pay this money back, the $600,000. It is solely on the events this year, versus rental.
Okay. Agushi, article clause, did that clarify your question, David? Agushi? Next question?
Okay, this one is Navajo Land Department, 115021. And this one has a mix of budget of general funds and ARPA. So in this one, I'm gonna go first to the program performance measurement. And in here, the concern that I have is under performance number 3, conduct home site lease dispute investigation per quarter. And the number is 3. And part of that includes completing 3 home site lease investigations per quarter. So since it is ARPA funds, and since we are gonna try to get people to come into compliance, I think if there's a way to consider to increase that to at least 6 or more, that would just be my recommendation. Maybe not for this budget, for next year. And then under performance measurement as well, it says public outreach, educate public on home site lease policy and presentation, conduct core presentations to the chapter, general public, other entities. So again, with ARPA, the differences in the regulations, I think we can increase that to 10 or more, and especially if you're working with the chapters. And I do know that the home site lease department, the land department specifically, I have seen them at the housing fairs. So I think that the 4 has already been met, but if you could just increase that number on your performance measurement, and again, due to the ARPA, I think that you will sufficiently meet those requirements. And then the other issue that I did find in the budget, and I have a question on, is within the department, there are 9 vacancies, and 2 are from Chin-Lee. So I just wanted to know what the timeline is on when those positions will potentially be filled. So I'll go ahead and then in line with I know it said Mr. Bitsui's name, so this is under Navajo Land Department Land Acquisition Trust Fund as well. So in there, again, it's just a position, 2 of the 3 positions are vacant. So to me, that tells me that's a real skeleton crew doing the work there. But if I could get a timeline for filling the position, and I think, like, they do have positions like senior appraiser, and I know those are difficult technical positions, so maybe there's a possibility of contracting. So those are the questions that I have for Land Department. Thank you.
Mr. Bushy? Yeah. Honorable Claw, sir, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. Mitsui or Mr. Holona to make a response to Honorable Claw's questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. RDC Committee, thank you for your question, Honorable Delegate Claw. With the program performance criteria for the homicide lease investigations per quarter, we recently hired a program manager for that specific reason. As you all know, we don't have any compliance officers, and we also tried to hire homicide agents with that specific reason as well through the ARPA to do investigations. But being as said, the program manager is also running the homicide section, in charge of all the agencies. And at the time, we thought, three per quarter would be sufficient based on the lack of staff that we have. But we do understand, and we are doing investigations at this time. Right now, we have a backup of I'd say about 40 investigations with the program manager right now. But she is working on them, and I do get updates weekly, and we are currently working on them, and I do see them getting them done about, maybe 5, 6 per quarter. So we can raise those numbers as you recommended. Also with the public outreach, we are doing a lot more. We are working diligently with veterans. We know we had issues with them. Also with the fairs coming up, we have been in attendance at the Eastern, also with others from OPVP, which we got invited to, and we have been getting a lot of feedback from chapters as well. We've been doing Eastern, Western, and some of Central. So, but we've been doing as much public outreach. We've gotten promos now to hand out with these fairs and the chapters as well. We will add do your recommendation as well for the presentations. We are stepping them up. Currently, each month we're doing, I'd say, about 5 to 6 per month. So, and we'll take on that recommendation from you, Delegate Claw. The 9 vacancies, we have a total staff of 30, and we do have 16 vacant. We did have one retire recently, and we do have another one who is retiring. And we appreciate their service with the land department. They did, they were like a stepping stone for us as employees coming into this department and role models. And we appreciate all the service that they have done with the retirees. And, with the staff that we have, we're having issues with, as, like you're saying, is the technicality of the position. The engineer technicians, we don't have a RLS, which, we have an interview with, next week on, I believe it's Wednesday or Thursday. So, once we get that position filled through the ARPA, we'll be able to put on some more staff for that purpose to possibly go out and do surveys with the RLS in hand with our department. There's other positions that we have, the Chin Lee office, we do have, several ARPA, homesite agents, and we're having issues of filling those positions based on the qualifications as well. We are looking at, editing the JVAs to kind of help us out with, the hiring process, for qualifying, some of them. And we are also looking at some of our in-house staff to see if we can promote them into those positions, because some of them have been there, almost enough to actually handle that position, being, that we're short-staffed. And I appreciate everybody at the agency, with all the hard work they do with, the shortage that we have. Next question would be the, land acquisition and, title. We have, two. We recently had a staff member leave, for a promotion. And then we had our senior appraiser, she retired. So, that position we were thinking of, changing to either like a program project specialist, because we know we can hire somebody with that qualification. It's really tough to get a senior appraiser at this time. The recommendation for that you were saying was possibly doing contracting. We did think of that. We may go that route, but I think if we were to reclassify that position, that would help us into that department with filling that position. We do have, the other one is a land agent, and we should be able to fill that position, but we need to advertise that position because the PAS finally cleared for that position. And the timelines on that, they vary. I can't really say, but we'll do the best we can to fill these positions. Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Claude, did that answer your question? Shane, any other questions?
Let's see, I'll go to Forestry Department. So they also have general funds and external funds. And I think, we can look at their performance measurements. So when I look at the performance measurement, I align it to the budget. And that's probably, you guys are probably thinking, why are you talking about your performance measurement? But that justifies your funding source and how many people you serve directly. So on that first performance measurement for forestry, it reads, to ensure the approved carbon marketing development agreement is filled, creating revenue to the Navajo Nation through the sale of carbon offset credits. And then in there's nothing for first, second, and third quarter. There's no numbers, and then just one at the end of the fourth quarter. So for me, I would consider your very first performance measurement as a priority. And one of the things that I think about now is under forestry, we hear a lot about fires that are happening globally. Like right now, there's a huge fire in Hawaii, and that is very strange for many people, but it even has hit here on Navajo Nation. We had the Wood Springs 2 fire. And so when I think about that, right now we also have a declaration of emergency for drought. And so I think that those types of emergency declarations and then also climate change should be a #1 priority. And if we could incorporate that into the performance measurements maybe next year or this coming year, that would be great. And then in that sense, you have a plan on how you're gonna manage your forest. So in Coconino County and other counties that do have forests, they do have a plan where they do they encourage community members to remove needles and the underbrush, so that it doesn't, take on that flame towards their homes. So those are some of the things. And then number 2, it says to keep the administration apprised of Navajo Nation forest activities by developing monthly and quarterly reports containing pertinent information and submitting for review. To me, I think as a department, that's a given, and that's not really a performance measurement. Again, I think, but if you had worded it to where it says submitting for review to all Navajo Nation stakeholders, then that might have been a performance measurement. So, and then again, there's only 4 per quarter, but you're listing several entities, so just to be aware of that. And then number 3, to ensure forest products are harvested safely and correctly for conducting daily patrols, investigations, to deter forest resource loss due to trespass and other violations. And I think you're putting 10,000 in there. So to me, that's ambiguous. It's not really, I don't know what you're serving. To me, it would be, are you serving mileage? Maybe that's mileage, I don't know. Or 10,000 members. So in order to, and these are questions that will probably be raised on Navajo Nation Council. So I'm trying to prepare you for what could be asked. And so if it's mileage, then include it in there as mileage. To travel, you could start your performance program measurement as to travel 10,000 miles per quarter to ensure forest products are harvested safely and so forth. That one might be your performance measurement. And then the same thing for number 4, you have 4,000. So that one is, I think it's your permit. So that would just basically state to issue 4,000 permits to ensure the public. So those would just be some of the changes that I would incorporate into that. But I wanted to just add to our forestry department that, I looked at the budget. Other than that, your budget looks good. So that would just be my recommendation, and we don't really need a response to that one. So I'll move on to the next one, Historic, Navajo Nation Heritage and Historic Preservation Department, 115024. All I want to say is good job to them. They had good numbers, they're high numbers. They had 300 for clearance compliance reviews, 175 for technical assistance consultations to department agencies and sponsors. The other was to update and digitize data entry and map 75 to 100 survey sites per quarter. So good. And then the only thing I noticed was that they are going to have problems with their supervisory archaeologist, and that is vacant, but again, that's a technical position. The only question I did have for historic preservation is under line item 3500 meeting expense. So in there you have Hatasi Advisory Council, HAC, to discuss traditional cultural issues. The amount is a total budget of $2,659, and it is a minimum budget. The only question I had was who selects the 10 members to be selected for the membership, and how far did they travel, because they're only budgeted for 125 miles per member, and to me, that's fairly low. Even for myself from Chinle coming here, round trip is about 152 miles. If you're doing local, it's 160. So that is a minimum amount, and I don't know, maybe the consideration is to increase those miles in the future. But if I could just get that one question answered about who selects the membership and about roughly how far they travel.
So Goshen Kahat, Honorable Claus, so
With this, it would be HPD. Again, the question was posed in regards to the Hatapi Advisory Council on who selects membership to this council and also addressing the mileage or determination of how these mileages are made. So, Mr. Halona, I yield the floor back to you and I believe HPD.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Road Resource Committee, we have Mr. Richard Begay with HPD here to explain that program.
Good morning, members of RDC. I'm Richard Begay. I am the Department Manager for the Historic Preservation Department. Regarding the question of the Hatapi Advisory Committee Council, we do have a plan of operation for that, and there are 10 members who are supposed to serve on that. Currently, I believe we have only 6 or 7 active members. In fact, your colleague, Mr. Otto, Delegate Silva, on that committee, that council as well. And the selection for that, we do that internally at HPD. What we try to do is get Hatalis from across the reservation, make sure that all 5 agencies are represented, but also make sure that each of the major ceremonies are representative. We have Hatalis who do like Keja, Skija, Ojonja, and Naja, some of those smaller ceremonies as well. We also do occasionally reach out to the Native American Church organization as we deal with ceremonial items related to the NAC. So they do meet once, they don't meet regularly. We call them to a meeting when we have an issue that needs to be addressed. And we do fully compensate them for their mileage, even though we have a little bit of money. Again, we probably, in the last meeting we had, I think it was before COVID, we only had I think 5 members, and so we're able to, that attended, we're able to fully compensate them for their mileage. And we realize that it can be a financial burden for them to come, so we do occasionally have to transfer monies into the line item from other lines to compensate them. When they do meet, you also do provide some meals for them as they do travel from quite a distance. I hope that answers your question.
Goshen Kahat, Mr. Begay, Honorable Claus,
Yes, that answers the question.
and Goshen.
And then I'll go ahead and move on to Fish and Wildlife. So under Fish and Wildlife 115025, the program performance measurement, I would say those numbers are healthy. Yeah, 50, 500, and so forth. And then also my RDC members did ask questions regarding the program. And then just in short, for Fish and Wildlife, I just want to say thank you for the Youth Initiative Program. I had students from my agency that were part of that, and they really commended the work of the staff, and they really enjoyed that. Some of these kids came from single-parent homes, so this program really instilled some life skills into them, and you know, now they're excited. Now they want to go on to big game hunting. I don't know what you guys were teaching them, but they were really excited about it. So I just want to say thank you to that. And then the next one I have is Animal Control Program. This is 100% proprietary fund, 115026. My question for this one is, I know that it's proprietary fund, but I just wanted to know where the funds come from. And is there a possibility to increase the funding amount? Because there is a need for vaccines. As we know, a lot of these families that normally traveled off the reservation, they were able to get some vaccination for their animals, but now there's a requirement where it has to be prescribed by a veterinarian. So because of that, we're going to see an increase on Navajo Nation where these services are going to be requested from our communities. And so thinking about the proprietary fund, if he could, just give us some insight on where the funds are coming from, because if we know there's sufficient amount in those funds, maybe we can increase it so that we can serve more numbers of, vaccination for small pets. I know in the budget here, you did have, dogs, but we also have cats, and so, and then also just to say your numbers on the performance measurement are good numbers. You have 100, 200, 150, and 500. So, Madam Chair, if I could just get some clarification on the funding source for the animal control program. Thank you.
Again, Honorable Claw had, questions on animal control programs. Sheila, Ada.
David, are you?
So go ahead, you have the floor, over.
Does Gloria want to comment on that?
Gloria.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the RBC committee, along with Delegate Claw, thank you for those questions. The proprietary fund for animal control, the revenues that are collected are from people reclaiming their pets when they're picked up. And that proprietary amount is so small that they use it primarily only for animal shelter supplies, and then also dog and cat food for each of the shelters. Now, another portion of 115026 is the actual operating budget, which is also attached in your binder. And that one is basically operations for the entire program. So the 24,000 in that proprietary account is just from funds that are derived from people reclaiming their animals. We charge them fees for when their animals are confiscated and basically taken into custody at the shelters. Madam Chair.
Ms. Tom, for your response. Honorable Claw, okay, that clarifies your question. Mr. Olona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to add, we are currently working on the animal rescue side, because the veterinarian from the Department of Ag kind of all turned and started focusing on small animals. And we kind of forgot about the large animal. And so, and then we have a lot of nonprofits wanting to come and assist. And so what we want to do is develop a position that will coordinate on behalf of the nation with all the nonprofits and the departments, such as Fish and Wildlife and Animal Control. The Rangers got some money from the previous administration to do some spay and neuter programs. So everybody's trying to help, but not all collaborating and working together to have a bigger impact and more success. And then that way we will have small animal, we'll be able to support small animal veterinarians on Navajo, as well as we'll have veterinarians focusing on the large animals, which is very important. So, and we're excited because there's three potential candidates that just finished getting their degrees in veterinary medicine. So we're already contacting them and just working to try to recruit them into our program. So I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
I think Vice Chair Johnson has a follow-up to question of Honorable Claw.
Yes, this is under the animal control job, position number 245284. I believe it's general fund, unclassified title. It is unclassified title.
So the question that Vice Chair posed is under the Animal Control General Fund budget on your summary sheet for your positions that are assigned. I believe it's the last one, position number to name, it says unclassified title. So technically, there's not a position title, and he wants clarification on that, right?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Delegate Johnson. My understanding is they want to create a principal animal control position and develop a job description for that, and a law enforcement individual that has the training, the background, and law enforcement, and focusing on overseeing the animal control operations out in the field. In this case, is that when the officers are out there working in the field, they come across irate pet owners. They also stumble across other violations out in the field, and so they need someone with law enforcement credentials and commissions that can take enforcement action immediately and to actually protect the officers that are out there when they're working in the field of some of these communities. And that's what my understanding of that position is. And David can elaborate some more if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Alona, members of the committee. My understanding too is, in the last couple of years, the officers have upped their training in terms of learning more about animal abuse and neglect and things. And those are, the code, I believe, has been changed. And so this principal will also be an investigator to be able to investigate those as crimes or violations and provide prosecution as well. As Mr. Alona said, the program does not have that level of enforcement at this time.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Tom, you do have
Yes.
the floor.
Thank you. I just want to add to that back in FY 2022, the Navajo Nation Council approved the criminal code for animal control. And this was in response to a young lady's death in Fort Defiance. And so criminal penalties were established, and the principal animal control officer position that's being proposed is basically going to be responsible for enforcing the provisions of that criminal code, along with assisting in the civil enforcement. That particular proposed classification is currently at DPM. The PCQ has been submitted to DPM. We're just waiting for DPM to respond. Thank you.
Ms. Tom, and also Mr. Halona and David for your response. I believe Vice Chair Johnson has a follow-up.
Yeah, right now, how many animal control officers are patrolling the Navajo Nation?
Mr. Halona or Ms. Tom, I don't know if you have that information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I count 12 officers, but I think they had more funding that is not recurring this year. That was allocated by the previous administration as a result of the fatality situation. So they provided some immediate funding to go out and try to pick up more stray animals and stuff like that. But right now, as you can see, the budget is actually 12 officers, animal control officers, and 4 kennel officers. And the kennel officers is maintaining the shelters at each agency.
Ms. Tom, did you want us to add anything?
Madam Chair, no, that is correct. We do have 10 animal control officers and then 2 senior officers that oversee those field activities along with the kennel officers. And we are fully staffed. All of the vacancies have been filled. We do have one position that will be opening back up in the Fort Defiance agency. That one was under a grievance. That was just recently resolved. So we're moving to have a fully staffed program, hopefully by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Honorable Claude, did you finish up with all your questions?
I just wanted to add in for Fish and Wildlife too, that the legislation was actually presented by my predecessor, Honorable Eugene So, and it was actually in response to a young man who was killed in Chinle by a pack of wild dogs, so that's how that came to be. So just to say, thank you to our animal control officers. And then, one recommendation for the zoo program, I did see underline item, zoo program is 115053. And under 6200.6250, your waste disposal, you have an amount of 1,200, and I think that needs to be increased for the future. I do know, like, the Zoo Boo happens over there every October. Looking forward to running and walking with you all over there. And then I actually was a sponsor for Paul the turkey. So we named him Paul, and so I'm very thankful we do have those types of programs where people can actually sponsor the animals over there at the zoo. So I just wanted to add that next year, I would say increase. And then I will, that's all I wanted to add for Fish and Wildlife and the zoo program, just that recommendation. And then I can move on to Colorado Ranch Enterprise, which is 915014, which is 100% proprietary enterprise. My question I have is, I just wanted to know what the revenue is from the two Colorado ranches, and I wanted to find out if it was more than $750,000, if I can get that question answered.
Honorable Claude for posing that question. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to either David or Mr. Colonna to make a response in terms of revenue for the Colorado Ranch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Resource Committee. We can refer that question to Gloria as to what their revenue is. And a lot of times, I'll take this time to answer a question earlier, as for parks, they don't get all the money that is brought in. And so I think that's the same with all programs, is that they're bringing in more money, but the OOC will set and say, this is what you're getting, even though you got more money. In this case, in this budget, you'll see that there's 10 million, but I think you're only getting 7 million this year to operate with. Is that correct? Okay. So there's 3 million just sitting there that could be used for improvements. So that's kind of where we need help. But Gloria, if you could answer the full amount that Wolf Springs Ranch operation brought in.
Yes, thank you, Mike. For the Colorado Ranch Enterprise, as Mike mentioned, the allocation that we currently receive from OOC is $750,000, but there are additional funds that are generated that are basically placed into the account to be used for future purposes. Approximately, and again, the revenue varies from year to year, but somewhere around in the 900,000 to 950,000 range of revenue, and that varies from like there's a sand and gravel lease there, and then there's livestock sales and bison sales. This year, because of the hay production has been so great this year, they are looking at marketing some of their hay that they're producing in addition to feeding the livestock and the bison that are there on the property. So it's somewhere around 950,000 per year.
Ms. Tom, Honorable Claus?
Yes, that answers my question. So, in sense, it does take care of that expense, so thank you very much. And then I'm just gonna go to Department of Resource Enforcement, 115027. Again, the performance measurement numbers have great numbers, but there is 14 vacancies. So in there, just a projected timeline if possible, but we don't need to enter that right now. I'll go ahead and move on to General Land Development Department, 115038. And again, this one too has mixed funds, which consists of general funds and ARPA funding. And the performance measurement is the area that I'm going to touch on for this department. And so the first performance measurement reads, develop policies for land leasing, permitting, 10 per quarter. So with this, if I could just get clarification, what policies are being created, or does that mean an amendment? So if you could provide clarification. And then the other one is, it says salary adjustment on number 3, but it doesn't match up to the performance measurement. So it says salary adjustment, and then right under it says provide outreach presentation to chapters, departments, companies, applicants on new process and regulations. So I think that just the title may need to be changed. And then number 4, performance measurement, it says upload easement permit in right-of-ways on NNS 15 per quarter lease payment. So in there, you have 15 here, but then on this side, you have 5 on the quarter. So those don't match up. And then, again, just as I stated to Land Department, you are receiving ARPA funding. So I think that the numbers need to reflect the work that's being done on behalf of ARPA. So my recommendation is to increase that so that it can reflect how you are using your federal funds as well as your general funds. And then the last one, program performance measurement, store, archive, organize all new approved leases, permits, and right-of-way documents. And it only has 5 per quarter. And I know GLAD does more than 5 per quarter, so I think the numbers that are inserted there are a little too low. So my recommendation would just be to increase that. But those are just the comments I have for GLAD department, and no response necessary, but just to consider that. And then under Navajo Parks and Recreation Department, 91500, again, this is all proprietary. This one is probably the big one. It has 40 vacant positions. So I think that we do need to come up with a plan, because this is the one that brings in a lot of revenue. One of the questions I have here is 6 under architect and design, 6810. You have architectural design fees, $25,000 at 6 locations. So then you also have other services, entertainment at $15,000 at 6 locations. So if I can get information on what kind of design you have in mind, and then your entertainment, I did see on there were things like fireworks and
concert, so if you just explain, maybe how that has been done in the past. And then under still Navajo Parks and Rec Department, 7110, under programs, this is a question I have regarding the depreciation expense. Under that, you have 7220. So in there, depreciation was listed at $70,000, and I just wanted to, for you to explain why that was inserted into the budget, the depreciation. Normally, well, I'll just let you explain. And then, under that same area, 9050, and then 9052, you have buildings. So it says purchase new construction projects at SCM, MB, LCR, and LP Parks, $1 million. So in the upper portion, you have 6 locations, but then I noticed, of course, Canyon de Chelly was left out. So that being my area, I would like justification as to why they were not considered for the construction project. So I will go ahead and turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Shahash, these are Honorable Claus. So Parks and Rec, Mr. Begay, Honorable Claus, questions in regards to several of, questions that were posed was in regards to the high vacancy and, other line items that were noted. So if you could just make response to, Ms. Claw, and if you can, have a seat over here by Mr. Halona. I don't know, boss banks to this.
I thought I was being left out. Madam Chair, before we move forward, before I forget also, Delegate Paul asked about the ranger positions that are vacant. Those were also additional funds that came down from previous administration and council to the rangers to increase salary as well as services provided. We were competing for funds. They wanted additional rangers, and we wanted compliance officers. So I think that BNF they compromised and said, okay, those rangers can also help with the compliance aspects. Anyway, so when those funds came down, the PCQs were developed and sent over to personnel management. And it took almost 2 years. In fact, we just barely got them back. A couple of months ago, or about a month ago, it came back finally to establish those positions. So those positions are established now. That's why they're vacant. And so now we're towards the end of the year, and so we're kind of in an awkward position. So if you see the unmet needs, there's also an unmet need in there because of the additional allocations that were made for those positions. You'll see $1.8 million in the unmet needs to be able to fully staff and have the full funding for those positions. So that's kind of where we're at in moving those forward. And from the divisions position this year, one of our priorities and focus is going to be on overall DNR law enforcement within the division. Everybody from Fish and Wildlife, Forestry, to the Rangers, to Parks and Recreation, being able to come up with the standard for them and build the camaraderie, the communication, provide more services jointly, and then building that relationship with Navajo PD. And so that way it's going to give them additional officers out there in the field as well when needed in emergency situations. So, because that was mentioned, I want to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brigade?
Okay, Madam Chair and members of the RDC, and especially Delegate Law, please my delegate. I mentioned the vacancies in the department, and this has been an ongoing problem for our department, because of the locations of the parks. They are in remote areas like Fort Forest Monument, Little Colorado River by Cameron, and it's very difficult to even get applications because of the lack of a workforce, local workforce. These positions are public contact with people like fee collectors, and so these are low-level positions, and so it is very hard to find qualified, even to get applicants for these positions. And then we also have labor, maintenance positions. Those are also vacant and also hard to fill. And what we tried to do lately through this budget was to see if we could upgrade those positions to a higher level so that would attract more people. And it fell by the wayside through the budget preparation process. So we're still looking to work with the DPM on upgrading these positions probably to a higher level of classification. And also the other problem we have is because of the remote areas, there's lack of housing. And so anyone that want to work at park like Four Corners Monument, they have to drive in from other locations, and some from Shiprock, some from Anna, and even one person from Chin Lee used to commute to Four Corners Monument. So that it takes a lot of money to do that to just pay for the gas and so forth. So that's the reason why we have the higher level of vacancies, and we're working to address that by working with the personnel department. I know the next question, architectural design. We do a lot of work with consultants, and to come in and do the specialized work that we need. And because we do not have the technical professionals that in the department, so we have to go out and contract these out. And currently they're working on in the Cameron area. And we've also completed one in Four Corners Monument, and we also had one at the Chin Lee Campground. And so I guess that's the question. The question or answer is that we have to hire these professional architects from outside. I know the locations, the 6 locations, Canyon de Chelly is kind of like a different operation because we are working with the National Park Service and through an agreement, and we operate the campground for them. And so they still retain kind of like ownership of the campground, but we help them with the operation of the campground. And so, but we are also working with them on improvements, such as we put in a new group site in the campground. And we also are working to upgrade the water system, the water and sewer system, and also to hopefully to establish showers within the campground there, because that's something that people ask for when they come there, to need showers. So we're working on that with the Chin Lee location. I know the depreciation expense, I'm glad you asked that question because we don't know what it's for. They just tell us to put in their money for depreciation expense. And I'll ask my assistant budget liaison over here to see if she knows how we can put that depreciation expense in there. I'll ask her and find out what kind of response to that.
morning, everybody. My name is Elvina Arvizo. I'm the Assistant Department Manager for Parks and Recreation, and I've been working with the budget for the last 2 years. And for this specific one, the depreciation expense, it kind of has been carried on, and I've seen it within the budget for about over 10 years since I've been with the department. So we've kind of just carried that in. And so if need be, we can take that back out and revert it to other object codes, but that is how we've been processing that through the years.
We have to go and see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Shahab. Do we have anyone from Office of Management and Budget on the call? I'll have you restate your question. Huh? I'll have you restate your question.
Yeah, they're not on the call. The email.
So we're gonna wait for, Office of Management and Budget to, jump on the call here, because, it says, a valid question that Honorable Claudia Deja had brought up.
Madam Chair, there was one more question. He can answer while we're waiting.
Sure.
The last question she had was concerning the 1952 buildings, and we have looked at Ned that mentioned yesterday that we're trying to provide quality facilities at all these tribal parks, and so currently we have a project at Four Corners Monument where we're replacing a restroom that was constructed a few years ago, but it's never been used because of because we were waiting for the water line to be brought into the park, and during that time the foundation of the building shifted so that it started affecting the integrity of the building. So what we're trying to do is to remove that and replace it with a new building, probably at a different location. So we don't want to have the same experience of having the ground shift. So this is something that we're working on with Four Corners Monument. We're also working on a building over in Monument Valley, where they actually do need additional facilities for all the visitation that we're getting there. So, and then at Four Corners Monument, there's also a need for a good quality visitor center. But right now, they're just operating from what used to be an arts and crafts facility or a contact facility. So they do need a bigger facility too. So that going to have the $1 million that's put in there is actually provide for maybe two or three facilities. So at Chinle, and like I mentioned before, we were working on those improvements at Chinle. Thank you.
Did that clarify your question, Honorable Claus?
Yes, and I just wanted to make a follow-up comment because, in the budget, it has the estimated projected revenue, and I just wanted to share this. It says Canyon Shades and Heritage roughly brings in $75,000. Four Corners Monument, $1,100,000. Lake Powell Tribal Park, $5 million. Little Colorado River Gorge, $75,000. Monument Valley Navajo Tribal Park, $3,500,000. And then miscellaneous, $250,000. So I do believe that your cost is justified, and I think that we are, budget
Form 9 of 20 on Navajo Parks and Rec. So under your fees, way at the bottom, there's a projected revenue, page 9 of 20. So I just wanted to add that, and so our Navajo Tribal Parks do bring in the revenue, and I am thankful they are looking towards, construction projects. And thank you for answering the question about community shade. I am working with the National Park Service, so we will call you to the table. We're looking at a strategic plan on how to co-manage our parks, and I think that we do need to be, proactive in getting all the partners to the table. And back to you, Madam Chair, and I don't know if Oli's on the line.
Do we have, Office of Management and Budget on the call yet? Maybe, you can circle back around, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I did text, Office of Management and Budget to get on the call. I haven't received the message back from them, but I did make communication with them directly.
Well, maybe we'll go ahead and circle back around when, they get on the call, Honorable Claw Ashbiga. Tagwashi?
Vice Chair, did you have a question?
Yeah, Honorable Vice Chair has a question related to, the department that Shauna was questioning.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm from Cameron, Arizona, and, my families are, a lot of them are jewelers, entrepreneurs, and I keep hearing about Parks and Rec getting in the way of their $1 million plans. And I got to stop by there recently during my campaign, and I stopped by the Little Colorado River Gorge. Really nice, you know, that setup, how that setup is. There's a nice restroom there, there's a ski station, paved, parking lot. But then when you look to the left, you see all these old shacks and I asked the parks guy, and he says, we tried to upgrade those facilities, but they didn't want it. And I said, but you're on parkland, you're on Nation Park, just do it. But I guess they all got together and formed a allegiance, and they didn't want their structures upgraded, I guess. I would like to see if we can, you know, upgrade, maybe, like how Shiprock has it, right? Remember the flea market? I know you guys don't pay for it, but you know how they have all their vending structure, all nicely done, and see something like that could happen. And there was they said they only cover from 8 to 5, and a lot of the tourists are still traveling out of the park after that. And during the summer hours, they still would like to see some of these, that area open. I'd like to really see the park work with it, on keeping it open an additional couple hours, because I know that's a lot of our constituents' livelihood, you know, to make a few more thousands of that day. And also, I don't, Will Smith was walking across somewhere over there, because celebrities go through Navajo Nation Park to do, you know, do they contribute? Is there like a cost to do something like that?
Others? Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and yield the floor back over to Mr. Begay.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair, and members of RDC. Delegate Johnson, thank you for the questions. First one I answer is about the the first viewpoint and, the development that took place there. Actually, that was a combined, that was one contract that we had put out and to do the parking lot and also the vending area. And so, they did the first part, which was to do the access road and then the parking lot. And then, they started working on the vending area. And so we did have the architectural design that was done for that area. And so during that time, that's when the pandemic hit. And so a lot of that work was delayed for the construction of the area. And during that period of time, the construction costs went up substantially. I believe it was from $3 million up to, I believe it was $6 million. So we didn't have the funds to complete the project. So what we're looking for working right now is to redesign the project so that kind of downscale a little bit, but at least to put into the vending areas again. So that's what we're working on now. And so we do have the architectural group that's still under contract to complete that. And then what they will do is when they finish the design, they will put it out to bid for construction. So hopefully the construction, we will be able to cover the construction costs to complete the vending area. So that's on the vending area. The other question about the hours. Currently, the Little Colorado River Park has only 4 workers, 4 staff, when we're supposed to have 8 workers. And as mentioned before, there's fee collectors that we need to employ, and we need to have a couple more laborers to completely fill those 8 positions. So it's a matter of trying to schedule the workers so that they're able to cover all the hours, but it's very difficult to do that. It's just the 4 workers. So that's on the hours. And I think what you're referring to was the Skywire. That's the person walked across the.
Yeah, the one that has a little medicine man. I don't know if he was from historic preservation. I don't know if you know that. That was.
I'm not sure if we're just talking about the same thing, but
yeah,
5 years ago there was the individual that strung a high wire across the board at one of the viewpoints, and they walked across there, and that was a kind of like an international event that was televised the whole world actually, and what happened was that was covered by the Discovery Channel, which was under the NBC level, and they paid for the whole operation. And so it didn't really affect our funding at all. So they paid for the whole operation. So I guess hope that's answered your question that you had already. Thank you.
Pushing. So I got several of my colleagues here that still want to ask questions, but I'm going to give it back to Vice Chair Johnson for a follow-up. And then I'm going to yield it back. If this is in regards to parks, Honorable Simpson, is it?
No, it's whole thing.
Okay, let me go ahead and I'll go ahead and give it back to Honorable Claus. She just has 2 last recommendations. Aro Inda, I'll give it to Honorable Simpson, Aro Shiaz, Nasheed Kate. So, Vice Chair.
So, Grand Canyon National Park, you pay $35 or is it $40 now to get into the park?
I think it's 35 would be.
Does Navajo Nation Park get a cut of that?
No, it's not in the national park, so we're outside of the.
Okay.
Does that answer your question? I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to Honorable Claus.
Okay, thank you, and I guess we can move forward and just have OMB have that question ready for council when we get to council. Last but not least, I have Navajo Nation Museum with 100% general fund, 115016. and I just wanted to say, the comment for them is to keep up the good work, and then also just, I don't know how we can help them to assist updating what they have curios there, and just update the museum. So like in all the metropolitan areas, they have a certain exhibit that they feature, and then they move that exhibit out, so I don't know if we can assist them with that, but that's all I wanted to add as my comment. And then last one is Navajo AML Reclamation Department. They also run 100% on proprietary fund and external funds. And I just wanted to let them know that on behalf of RDC, I just want to thank Melvin and Ernest for allowing us to be a part of the tour. And then we, as RDC, we got to see the remediation and reclamation out in Cameron, and then also going to Red Mesa, the Sweetwater area, and then all the way to Cove. So we do see those dollars being used to help our communities out there, and just want to encourage the staff to continue to do the good job that they're doing. And then to all our DNR staff, thank you, and those online, and that will conclude all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Okay, Honorable Sister, I know you can't believe your hand.
Fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is what this meeting is for. I don't mind at all. Thank you, Vice Chairman, staff. So long, thank you for your presentation along with your staff, and also, again, mine is mostly comments or questions here. On the vacancies, I know all the vacancies we heard from Division of Community Development, and also with this Division of Natural Resources. There's a lot of supporting figures. Departments or division are not submitting the paperwork to have the vacant position advertised. Or then we submit all the paperwork that requests for advertisement of these positions, and personnel comes back and say, we haven't received the paperwork or anything like that. So according to then we're hearing that people want to apply because they're too far from the job site. So members of RDC, we all come together. I think it's not just happening with our oversight department, I think it's happening throughout the Navajo Nation. So I think RDC has to take the lead role. I think we wait for other committees to address this issue. I think it's time for RDC to take the next step forward, to sit down with department personnel and all the entities here, division, to see how we can get these vacancies filled as soon as possible. I think we waited about 4 months to see what the oversight committee will be doing to address this issue, how we can get all these vacant positions filled. So I'd like to request Resource Development Committee to, we'll probably just take the lead role, how we can address this, all these vacant positions. I know that I do hear from people that did apply for it too, but never heard anything from personnel. Can you follow up from me as delegate? It's not my job. And I think we all get that request. Can you follow for the position I applied for? So I think, Madam Chair, Vice Chairman of RDC, I think we need to take the lead role to see how we can address this as soon as possible. Not even for the FY 2024, beginning of FY 2024. So I think also on the homesite assessment, to me, I'm really okay with the current policy and procedures. It works. I think it was simplified when it was amended. It's just education. I mean, down to the right information given out to the applicant. I don't know if the grading officials, farm board, or chapters are doing that. When I was a CSC, I had to fully explain to these applicants what you need to do. But I hear from some of the chapters, yes, the land board signed their name. That's it. It takes approved. They need to get their land survey started. Oh, I have my paperwork approved. Sure, take my land survey. So it's not approved. Where's your ARC study? Where's your final letter from the land department that has an approval on there? So there's really false information given out there. Not false information, inaccurate information given out there from certain entities, down from probably the chapter themselves or land board, grading officials. So somewhere we really need to educate. I know you guys have been out there, I know you guys have been educating the people. It just needs to be simplified, that you have to have your complete application along with the survey, along with the ARC study, then submit to land department. Then, at Nageezi chapter, I had numerous, applicants where I worked with them to get to submit the complete application. Guess what? We have to wait for historical preservation. Once the archaeological report is given to historical preservation, we wait 6 months, 9 months. We're working on it. Fine, the applicant finally gets the compliance form, inherited to historical preservation office. Then it goes to Fish and Wildlife, waiting for the land department. We wait, we're short-staffed. I understand that part. Like that throughout Navajo Nation government. We wait 2 years, 2.5 years. Finally, we get the compliance form from Fish and Wildlife. Finally, it's approved. And these are individuals that I had helped submit their complete application. It goes back to Navajo Nation. There's 2 areas. There's the complete application people have, then when it's complete, Navajo Nation. So I'm the one that has to call for the people. And the individual there when we make a call on speaker. Same with residential lease. When they submit their application to BIA, the BIA afterwards for a historical preservation compliance form, Fish and Wildlife, 2 years, 3 years. And the person is just waiting for a service line drop off from Haines Sound, there's a co-op. And we're waiting for that, for the residential lease to be approved. But BIA is waiting for a Fish and Wildlife compliance form. So, I don't know, Mr. Holone, with your department, I'm not sure how you guys can work that out to really expedite these forms. And that would look good on you guys. That would look good, no more bashing the council delegates, bashing Solona, bashing the land department. Somewhere it needs to be forms, once a complete application, once the archaeological report is given to the historical preservation office, plans for this to be submitted back to the applicant. Same for Fish and Wildlife. So 800 years, I think, was your department. Because I hear that. I hear that for the last 4 or 5 years. 800 Fish and Wildlife. The presentation that he gave us on how to work with these existing homes that are that don't have home site leases, but still need power line, water line. I show an extra like high EG data as emergency until we meet the deadline of the ARPA funds. So some of these existing homes that have no home site leases, we can get power line, water line, infrastructure in place. I'm not sure. We were not given, but we're not given a timeline when this could be done. So I shown within maybe next 60 days, bring it back to the full committee, how we can address that issue. I know you gave a report on that one, but there was no timeline, you had to leave. So your staff the one that gave a report, but there was no timeline that was given when this was going to be done. I know you gave some a spreadsheet with some colors, and I know the green one, I think it was the green one that said that this is how we can address immediate home site needs for these existing homes. But there was no timeline when that will take place, Ada. There's going to be legislation. So that's going to have to be good, Ada. So also on that one. Also, windmill. I know Mr. John's not here. I know how many numbers he gave us on windmills out there in Navajo Nation. I know he said very good staff. But one recommendation that came from Vicente chapter was, can these these requests to repair windmills, can they be contracted out? Can it be contracted to repair these windmills because we're short on staff and all that? Then, again, I think when we say we'd like funds to repair all these windmills that need repairs, AIS, how come we're not using that? We should be using that because that's drought insurance. So then it goes back to these windmill repairs, water, nice soft, cute, we need water. So that one, maybe through each agency, certain percentage to be contracted out to get these windmills start working again, all that. So yeah, let's give them a question, because right now they say the drought's supposed to be here for a while. We've been in this drought for the last, maybe 5 or 6 years. So last year we did get good moisture, but this year, I'm glad we do get moisture now, but, on that one, since I maybe can get with Mr. John, you see some of these can be contract for repairs, to where we can get water for our livestock and all that. Also, one of the things that came about was, your departments that make their own money, and operate money that they make, the revenue they generate itself. And it's very concerning what I heard. He said, the revenue that they make, they're not getting all back. I think you have 10 entities that, generate revenues and operate the revenue. So 10 entities. If they're only getting 50 to 75%, that's unfair. It's very unfair. The tribal ranch program is making $750,000. You guys should be getting $750,000 and all that, those types of things. So, Mariana, so, Mr. Arlona, is that, I know you had to ask your staff that, your department that question. They really receive only 60 or 80% of the revenue that they make. That's a concern. So that's why I'd like to request Mariana to draft up a directive or let's say concern that under natural resources, those departments that generate revenues operate out of the revenue, that they get the whole 100% out of this ADA. So that directive is taken, Mariana. So I think Mr. Lola understands what I'm talking about.
Okay. So, Honorable Simpson, so I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my understanding of how the money is collected and distributed to programs who have a proprietary fund is that the determination, I think it's in the BIM or some of that says that it is the controller that makes that determination. And so the directive that you're wanting would be to the controller, and as Title II states that a standing committee makes a directive to that entity that it has oversight over. It is not, the controller is not under with oversight of this particular committee. My suggestion is I'm working on an amendment to this legislation which will have a section 4 for recommendations. And then the recommendation would be included in the body of the legislation that would go to budget and finance, and it could put it in.
Mariana, excuse me. The council has also, it can supersede budget and finance under oversight. So this we recommend to the nomination council. It won't be budget and finance, it will be to the council. Recommend to the council.
Madam Chair, I could write a recommendation for this particular recommendation to be made to the nomination council. That whatever monies that programs generate for the proprietary funds, that they receive 100% of that back.
Yes.
Whatever they generate, that they receive 100% of that for the offering, whatever. Okay, I can.
Yep, that is the request. Thank you, Ms. Khan.
So right now, I think you could,
I think it was comment, no question.
Okay. So I don't know, Mr. Luna, would you like to make a response back to some of, Delegate, Simpson's questions in regards to the home site leasing? And I know that you had provided, I'll get to Ms. Tom here in a bit, and then you had, illustrated to Resources and Development Committee about, a shorter version of a home site lease
for ARPA projects. I believe that's what also the other question is. So, Ms. Tom, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. Halona, and I'll go ahead and allow you time after Mr. Halona makes, comments or response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Resource Development Committee do kaya sinatin dito sa hensi dito ikan ni we really appreciate your support and understanding, and we do recognize the processes that need adjustments to be made, and a lot of it is really internal that we need to fix and have a better process and a better tracking process, so when a tractor calls, they can say it's right here and it's going to be out by this time. There's no timelines. However, we did the timeline for other stuff like leases, rights of ways. The review process is 10 days. And if you don't get it done in those 10 days, it's approved, it's going. We're not holding and not stopping. We didn't do that with some of the other stuff, but those kind of ideas can be incorporated to move those fast. And the timeline, I think we set for the Land Department to work on the amendments to bring it back to RDC is by the end of September, or the 23rd of September, is when we're going to have the draft. Here's what we need. And if you guys pass it, so during that time, we're going to start drafting those changes that we are proposing. At the same time, working with the Fish and Wildlife Department and Historic Preservation, as well as what we can do to speed up. Earlier also question is the service line agreements. Those need to be clarified. Some of the footage that people are using, 1,300 feet, 1,500 feet, there were previous ones. Right now, for a service line agreement, really, there's no footage. You know, if it's more than 3 miles, we tell them, just do a TAA, because people are going to move in along those. You don't want to come back and try to do it again, because service line, I found one customer, hey, he's throwing $1,000. They get clear to everybody. When I say everybody, I'm talking about historic person, not historic. IHS and NTUA that are providing these service line agreements, that, you know, the footage should be further than they are now, so they understand. But if they want to go further, they can make a decision. We may have additional customers move in after we put this line all the way out there. Let's just do a TAA now, so we can drop them off to them. And that's not the only one customer, there's going to be additional. So we'll let them gauge that. I think would be the best way to fix that. And we appreciate the support in our program to receive the 100%, because this makes it also helps the department, motivates them to bring even more money. If they want to increase it, it's up to them to increase the services and to bring more. And so it's really a good incentive to be able to move forward. And because if you're not, then this is all we're getting. We're not getting everything. Of course, thank you.
Windmill.
Okay, go ahead and follow up. Oh, the questions in regards to the 900-plus windmills, Mr. Halona, to see, and the recommendation here was contracted out, and with the lack of funding that DNR has, what about the AIS dollars under Department of Ag? Could those funds be used to supplement repairs or replacement of the existing windmills?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Resource Committee, and Delegate Simpson. Now, there's 114 windmills. Out of that, I think 160 plus are non-working. We know that the assessments is just trying to get people out there, and those crews are running, and then some of them, windmills are fine, but they're just, the wind's not blowing like it used to. And so now they're going back and say, okay, now we're going to have to put pumps on these. So they're going back, and the other ones that need to be fixed, they're not getting fixed. So I think we can have Department of Ag maybe do an RFP and see if we get a response. it's from companies that repair windmills. I assume it's gonna be mostly people from Texas, that are in the, windmill, industry. So that can be looked at, and yes, the AIF fund is for agricultural use, projects, and we have been looking into that fund and verifying how that fund management plan was set up. Even don't think I had the even yet to go. So we can be able to ensure that our farmers and agricultural people are getting, some of the, services back for infrastructure improvements. Yeah.
That's right. Because people are out there really needing water for their livestock and all these, numerous, windmills. I know, like you said, there's no wind now, but we need to get something working. Maybe somewhere it's just a central point for where people can utilize. I know there's someone here and there, but just to get something repaired, 50%, it's a big accomplishment for your department in the Navajo Nation. Madam Chair, thank you.
Yesterday, Mr. Ferdinand Nota did bring up that in the eastern side, Crown Point area, there was 4 windmills that, they installed solar, whatever. So with that, he wanted RDC to go out and see just how many, water gallons per minute pumping and stuff, and maybe that would be a good way to start of what the request here that was made by Honorable Simpson. And also, going back to real quickly, Honorable, Danny Simpson, in regards to the high number of vacancies within, the 3-branch government of the Navajo Nation, to address this as soon as possible. So I know I have Ms. Resita Toddy on the call, but this will be the plan going forward. Again, as Resources Development Committee, as chair, I want to be respectful of the Oversight Committee, and I know that this has been brought up by Mr. Vince James, and I know that Ms. Debbie Nez Manuel has been, as a division director to Human Resources, has been trying to address this. But what we like to do is send an invite to have a joint session with HESI and Department of Personnel Management, Ms. Thomasita Woody Shop, and also Resources and Development Committee. And Rodney and I were talking sometime next week, or this can be brought up at NABI next week as well. So Abe and Natasha, we can go ahead and lay out the meetings that we would have to have in hopes that we get a lot of these vacancies filled. So it was all based with the Honorable Simpson. So it was so right now, I don't know if you have any response to the last request here by Honorable Simpson, Mr. Halona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you, again, Delegate Simpson. For instance, we were just talking a few days ago, our tribal ranchers out there, some of their windmills need to be repaired, and they're hauling water 70-plus miles in, and they're doing that. And we were saying, why can't we just do a well with a tank right there in the middle of the ranch, so they don't have to haul water that far if they need to? And so they thought about the kind of a watering point set up for them, so they don't have to go to Crown Point. It's right there within the ranch area south of Chaco, immediately, so we can address some of that. And then, yes, they have been doing some of the solar projects out there. And that company, I think, has offered some proposals and stuff. Do you want to chime in, Mr. Watson?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's on the plans regarding water and when it comes to tribal ranches as well as our independent grazing holders. We currently have underway 6 pilot projects within our ranches, and we have another scheduled 12 more. Looks at converting windmills to solar. In addition to that, they're, I guess, ongoing, in addition to the water source pumping water is to deliver water to, other areas of pasturing that has been utilized. So extending water lines anywhere from 1 to 3 miles from the water source is another, way to best manage the property. Keep in mind that we have, 72 ranch units, and it's just more of a little experiment, but we have cited around 16 ranches that we're looking at within the next 6 months. We are looking for partners with NRCS, that have grants, but all the grants are reimbursement. You have to pay for it up front. So, in addition to that, we have monies that we have set aside with our infrastructure fund that, I think was reported on with Water Resources, but they also reported their challenges with that. They also, have looked at, windmills, and, the windmills haven't changed in 100 years, so the parts have just gone up. And so I guess we're tackling what resources we have. Nonetheless, one of the things that's different is the ranchers that are taking on these windmills are also taking on the maintenance, partnering with the maintenance, because that's 9/10 of that. We had some of our independent ranchers, help with those high winds and other things, that our resources within the government can't get out there. That might be a help. We also are scheduling windmill maintenance. We can get some of our ranchers working on our own minor maintenance of their windmills. Hopefully that answers the question, but it doesn't really address the overall problem. There needs to be more resources, and the windmill parts are all come from overseas. So ordering now is next year's, supply. So just keeping that in mind.
Yeah, Mr. Watchman, Honorable Simpson,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Hagwashing, so at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the gavel over to Vice Chair Johnson as I have to leave now. So, one of the things that I just want to say is just thank you to the DNR team for, bringing this big packet to us, and it has been a really good, 6-hour dialogue, 6 hours. So, so Vice Chair, I give you the gavel.
Okay.
Gas.
Ready to vote? I'm just kidding, Honorable Claus. I'd like to give the floor to, Gloria Tom to answer Honorable Claus' question. Once we're done with that, I'll take it over to Chairman So.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And this is in reference to Delegate Simpson's comment regarding the revenues that the departments are generating. In terms of the allocations that we receive annually are based upon an average of the revenues that are generated. Say for Fish and Wildlife, we generate a certain amount of dollars each year, and our allocation is based on an average of that. Anything that is generated above and beyond that allocation is basically placed into a savings account for that particular fund. And in the event in the future, the department does not meet their allocation amount, then the thought is that the department would be able to utilize some of those savings to meet that difference. Additionally, in the past, when the department has had like a major project, say a habitat project that we didn't have enough funding for, then we can request through the controller's office to secure additional funding from that savings pool to fund that particular project. So I just wanted to provide that perspective in regards to Delegate Simpson's comments regarding revenues. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Gloria, for that response. Okay, I'd like to take it over to Speaker So at this time. Short and sweet.
Yeah, just a little bit of, I think, term a couple of days ago that was utilized by Madam Chair. We need to change or paradigm shift. And I think each year the budget is critiqued to meet the need of shot, the term of shot. And in what areas I think that the DNR division think that, you know, what is government actually supposed to fund? You know, you've got natural resources here, and you look at the government, you know, the state. You look at the government, the federal government. What do they actually fund? Are we going beyond what the government does? Go, well, ADD, maybe that's something that you guys should start looking at. I'm not gonna say that, go through it, give you guys a push your arm right now and say you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it this fiscal year. No. But Oman took it, as for instance, as an example, the home site lease. That was a big shock. And I think it really woke people up when the policy was changed. And Korea, Adolan, people saw the inflation and you saw what costs went up and things like that. Costs that is under our control. And talking to the registered land surveyor yesterday, Mr. Albert Gochu, he is on the job that his vehicles broke down. So, he had to spend 2 days to go out to Silicon to try to get his vehicle that broke down from the survey crew. And he argued, there's other costs that the company has to pay for. So, what's up, man? But it's good that a lot of the thinking outside the box is ongoing. The other is Honorable Simpson spoke to homicide leave education. And the other thing too is applications I'm sitting there and the grading officer is giving me a problem. I look at what does the application say. And I think what it is that it's either that someone is feeding them the wrong information and somebody is, that's what it is. So the information is out there. So I think continuing with the education with the homicide lease process is a need. Even with the land withdrawal process, we were at a chapter meeting and now at this meeting they thought that it was already granted and people were upset, but once we told them that it's in the application process, and a lot of these individuals that are giving the wrong information are chapter officials too. They're giving the wrong information. The other is, I think, the grading officers really need to pull them in, and even with the land board, we need to pull them in to give another training or so, or continuing the training, because in the policy, for instance, it's up to the grading officers to determine how many permit holders in the time, based off of whether the permits are in compliance or so forth. But what I'm getting to is that came across the grading officers that, you have to have 2. And I open up the book and I say, tell me where does it say you have to have 2? And I realized that the law gave you this authority to make that decision. If there's 5 permitting and only 4 are out of the 5, 3 is in compliance, that allows you to say only two can sign. These individual permit holders, they're in non-compliance because of their carrying capacity. It's not your fault that they're overgrazing, it's their fault. And other than that, I don't know. I think more thorough, training with grazing officers needs to occur across the board. The other is, Parks and Recs, just a recommendation. I grew up in that. Flea market weekend was grandmother about that. Chinese, it's started by when it was by the bridge. The bridge was Pinyon, the flea market, and I think part and they get Farmington and but what I get to is that I think that it's better to go to a lottery. That way you're not having a territorial dispute at these, it's reality. You see it at yes, the cut coming down from Page. You see it at the Marble Canyon. The lottery system works and allows, but you have to have someone over there managing it and things like that and keeping order. So those are a good model is what Oak Creek does. They've got Oak Creek. That's a really good system that they do. They do lottery, and they pay for their fees if they get selected, things like that. And it's always a different window. It's not that thing. That way you have different people. You're giving different entrepreneurs time to chance to fail. The other is that a lot of Mr. Brigade, the other Mr. Brigade, William Street. Let's see if you could give me an update on that and I think a lot of it due to vehicles and things like that. Maybe we could shed light additional to that. The other is basically you go $2.80 a pound. Steers, heifers are going at $2.70 a pound. These are heifers and steers. Cows are going up a little bit lower than what heifers are going right now. Cattle price is good. It's, if the nation wants out of cattle right now, up at Colorado, there's a time to sell. The cattle price is high. I think that somewhere the burden of the cost of windmill repairs is there. What we're getting from the federal government does not cover everything. Whether it's at an MPL, there's an MPL office that the federal government runs, or whatever the federal government infuses into water resources, as federal dollars brought into water resources. But the prices of those materials are going up and they're obsolete. They don't make them in the United States, they make them in India. In India, it takes about a year for an order of the materials to come in. And then yes, we can go to the solar pumps and things like that, but not this and then on the go without they'll go over and take a rock or they don't have they start shooting in big windmills should not start in this and that when the iron was high. I think people were stealing vehicles from each other's, from each other's yard that were junk vehicles. Not there at that time when I saw this windmill that went up and that was refurbished. You told y'all got these jobs. And they're hot beans and they're like, oh, how she like, I don't know, but it comes to think, it makes me think, I'll be like, they see it. Or what I think they cut out, because he did. And that sparks to, maybe we should start withdrawing all the windmill, changeable. And now, with the withdrawal, just fence it in, and put the animal corral in there, and put your water in there. So Navajo Nation has 100% control over those facilities. So Aronda told that he get that it's all other. And that was because like I said, your change in hand, that's a kata yo. And it's bad because we have to find a way to pay for the cost. So that's one way to go. The other recommendation is that for a couple of years I've been hearing that the rancher from Big Bull is wanting out. And I was wondering if we could get an update on that at the committee level. One of my recommendations is to open, if that is really, really true, let's give an opportunity to our Navajo members that do not have grazing permits. I think these Navajo members that don't have grazing permits, they're willing to make that investment to invest in cattle. So, I just shot it's like a savings account. So, because you know, pull me through since that. And I think a lot of our older Navajo see cattle like that. Not as a hobby. I want to have two black sheep face, two sheep that are black feet face, two llamas, and I want a goat over here. I can see the face and stuff. It's more like that. Or Nisa. Or lady. Be careful. Be careful for teaching. Not go to teaching. The livelihood in the permit holders, ones that carry that trait on that position. Those are just my recommendations and some of the additional conversations that happened. Other than that, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'd like to give the floor back to Division Director DNR, Mr. Alona.
Thank you. Lieutenant Sheriff, Delegate Johnson, Resource Development Committee members. A lot of good comments, a lot of good concerns addressing. And yes, you're right, we need to have another training, Department of Ag can pull in all of the grazing officials, land board. I just seen an email yesterday from the land board, they're all telling each other, let's stop signing home site leases where these people have junk cars at. So, you know, it's like, they're kind of out and starting to go in a different direction. So we're going to have to herd them back in and get things going, because that's the consent aspect. It's very important for anything that we plan on Navajo, whether it's a home site or a withdrawal for chapter governmental use, all projects that are being developed, consent audit, and I know the committee has scheduled some time for a work session to cover consents. But I just wanted to say that is, yes, we do need to give them, this is your duty, this this is all you need to do is pay the ISF, that's it. And you acknowledge. Now we get complaints that the grazing officials will now sign some of these consent forms after they got consent. It's on dark cake. And you know, again, and then they're like, can you get them to do something? We have to tell the people they're not employees. We don't have no supervision over them. They're elected officials. They're the boss. And they're like, well, what do we do then? So I think just having that training to bring these back up to the front and say, and I guess I think that's very important to do and to develop that training again. I know when I was with land department, we did one almost a year ago in Gallup to Eastern Land Board, and I thought we made it clear, but I guess things are changing. And I think parts can look at some of the vendor operations. What that? We other ledge treated, other shipping and mine. I think that. I quite it. Other net kitchen stars, I didn't think. So it's really hard sometimes to work with them. But looking at how do we protect the property that is put out there is very important. And the new technology is great, but it's going to be more expensive. So how do we work around that? And you mentioned the focus. We got some ideas that we're looking at. How do we address the focus operation? You go right now, if you Google Big Boquillas, you Google it, all you're going to see is all the hunting that's going on there. And that's from the lessee that's over there. They're out of your what? On the get for those kids, and now what I was about the husband, though, what I don't let business by your share, it's about what. So we see that. So the lease comes, what are some of the changes we can make? And then resource committee support it to sell. Monday we closed on selling 7.2 acres of the Boquillas Ranch. We bought it at $69 an acre back in 1994, that's it. And so we sold it for $2,100 an acre. So our investment return is about 2,040% return. And so I just kind of tells you the value that we're having for that. And so what can we do for the people? And so I think we need to sit down and discuss some ideas. One idea is we're going to bring our tribal members in. If the lessee wants out, the big question not kaji, not kaji, hey, don't die these. Of course, don't change don't they? But in that kind of one die don't they? Of course, they had 10 heifers and 2 steers, 1 bull. What up, job? I thought it. Because if not, then we'll have all kinds of different breeds coming in. Se le dan chuan ada da shi. Ako what jo ba ta ha te do do jino ate ya. I don't hate so we're not starting like we've never done it. We have a model. You look at Wolf Spring, that's the model. The model is in place. What do you do? How do you do it? What are you going to need? And then how do you improve your herds, the health, the breed, the genetics? So I think we could really make that beneficial for the nation's use up to now. What money was invested is paid off since then, from the rental fees of that. So there's a huge resource there that can be used moving forward. There's some economic development opportunities there for us too that we're not capitalizing on. So
Thank you, Ms. Alona, for your response. Is there any other questions, comments on this budget from my honorable RDC colleagues? Okay, I'd like to take it over to Rodney, our legislative advisor.
So Vice Chair Johnson, we have Arvin Mitchell on the call, the Deputy Chief of Staff. I believe he possibly can answer Honorable Shauna Enslaw's question regarding the depreciation that's in the budget.
Honorable Claw would like to get a response from Mr. Arvin Mitchell.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Arvin Mitchell, are you on the call? I see you up there.
Hey, good afternoon or good morning. I am on the call.
Okay, we have a question regarding the DNR's budget from Honorable Shauna Claw. I'd like to have her reiterate that question at this time. So, Honorable Claw, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mitchell, this is Delegate Shauna Ann Claw. The question I posed was in regards to Navajo Parks and Recreation Department under 915001. And this is regarding their account. And this is under the 7110 under programs. Under the sub-account of 7220, it lists depreciation expense of $70,000. And so I did pose a question to the manager on why they put that into the budget and why it was inserted. So they did not have a clear understanding of why that has always been put in there. So I believe it's been in there for maybe 10 years now. And so my understanding of depreciation is that once it's outlived its value, you don't keep putting it in there. But I'll have you explain that. If you could just clarify why the department has to continue to put that expense in there every year, and then also what the purpose is for that. So I will go ahead and turn it back over to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. Mr. Mitchell, you have the floor for response.
Thank you. For the question there, I don't know if Mr. Halona is in over there to answer some of these questions, the division director, but I'm not really aware. I probably need to look at the budget and then also look at the justification to really give you a good answer. So if you could give me, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes, or I might run up there and look at it, because I don't have that document in front of me. I don't know how long you're gonna be on DNR's budget. I can run up there.
Okay, we have a, response by Honorable Claw.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. So I did put in a legislative concern, and the reason being is that if it's not necessary, then the program can re-infuse that back into their budget. But it will move on, this legislation, to other committees, Budget and Finance, and then it will make its way over to Navajo Nation Council. So we are putting language in there, to have that clarified before it moves over to the next committee. So we don't need you to come out here. We understand you are pressed for time. So I just wanted that question answered, but if it does require research, we'll wait until the legislation moves forward. So with that, Vice Chair, I turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. Mr. Mitchell, did you hear that?
Hakashila, I'll go ahead and, when you move that as a legislative concern and then, it'll come before BNF and goes all the way to council, then we'll probably make a response.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to, take it over to our legislative advisor, Mr. Rogers, for amendment.
Vice Chair Johnson, RDC members, we currently have, the amendments drafted for exchange of Exhibit A, B, C, and E. In addition, Ms. Khan did email out, language that's going to be incorporated into the legislation 0168-23. Right, we are just currently working on the legislative concern right now by Honorable Claw that will be drafted into Exhibit D at the moment. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, do you want this as one full amendment to legislation 106823, or do you want it two separate amendments, one dealing with amending Exhibits A, B, C, D, E, then the other one amending legislation 0168-23 regarding the recommendations from RDC to BNF Committee and to Navajo Nation Council?
I'd like to, take this over to my honorable RDC colleagues. Recommend one, we put on one amendment.
One amendment.
Yeah, with the subject of one.
All right. RDC members, we have everything set to go then. Will we change it out to exhibit?
We said one more thing here.
Okay.
Roger, once you receive it, we're ready to vote.
Just about ready.
Actually, just the representative. Okay. Number one.
Okay.
Vice Chair,
Yes, Ms. Khan, your
I
report.
would like to make a clarification. Madam, Delegate Claw had wanted a legislative concern with regard to what was just said earlier as to why a depreciation amount of $70,000 is required from the Parks and Recreation to be, and has been budgeted for the last 10 years. I explained to Delegate Claw that the Navajo Nation's Resources and Development Committee has certain oversight authority, and this explanation that is requested is to be done by OMB. And OMB, is not under the oversight authority of the Resources and Development Committee. For that reason, I am adding it as a recommendation to the Navajo Nation Council and to the Budget and Finance Committee to request that report in writing and verbally to be given at the NF and the Navajo Nation Council. And I'm going to add this as paragraph C to the section 4 recommendations, and I'm just about ready to send that to you all. Okay. And I'll get it right here. So there'll be three paragraphs, A, B, C, and D.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, we have the amendments ready. This will be Amendment 1 to legislation number 0168-23. 1, exchange old Exhibit A with new Exhibit A. Exchange old Exhibit B with new Exhibit B, which includes the Oversight Committee's recommended FY 2024 general fund budget. Exchange old Exhibit C with new Exhibit C, which includes changes to the worksite current vacant position number 24049. Principal Extension Agent and Business Unit Number 915003 from Winter Rock, Arizona to Crown Point, New Mexico. Decrease the Business Unit Number 115004 for Minerals Department 7130 promotional items by $13,000 and increase the Business Unit Number 115004 4530 printing by $13,000 and decrease the Business Unit Number 115004, Minerals Department, 7140 gifts and awards by $13,200 and increase Business Unit Number 115004, Minerals Department, 7180 carrying by $13,000. 4, exchange old Exhibit E with new Exhibit E on the Navajo Nation's recommended unmet needs budget from the Navajo Division of Navajo Division of Natural Resources. Then we have 5, page 3, line 6, insert a new section 4 as follows. Section 4, recommendation. A, the Resource Development Committee hereby recommends to the Budget Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $4 million from the $21,555,000 permanent fund income access for the Department of Water Resources module buildings or permanent buildings. B, the Resource Development Committee hereby recommends to the Budget Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, the Navajo Nation Division and Department with priority funds be allocated 1% of the funds in their priority funds. C, the Resource Development Committee hereby recommends to the Budget Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council that a report be made to the Budget Finance Committee and to the Navajo Nation Council on why 915001 Navajo Nation Parks Recreation account 7110 sub-account 7220 list depreciation expense at $70,000. Why is the nomination Parks and Recreation budget for the past 10 years? 6, renumber and reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibit. As necessary and appropriate, the Office of Legislative Service and Office of the Council are authorized to make technical edits to the legislation and exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in the amendment, which it shall be conform to this amendment. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that is amendment number 1 read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for reading that into the record. So at this time,
Motion,
Chairman,
motion for amendment 1.
we got a second? Okay, let's go ahead and, take it to a vote. Ms. Sophie, could you, roll call?
Sure, I'm Vice Chair and members of RDC. This is a vote for roll call on the amendment just read on legislative 0168-23. Honorable Shawna Klopp.
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Klopp votes green. Honorable, Vice Chair, Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Vice Chair, that leaves 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, Vice Chair, and 1 excused.
Thank you, Ms. Sophie. Mr. Tahi? Back to the main motion?
Yes, back to the main motion, Vice Chair Johnson.
Okay. All right. Okay, we're back to the main motion. Let's go ahead and, I'm ready to vote. I think we're all ready to vote here on the main motion. Okay, Ms. Sophie, let's go ahead and, take a vote, roll call vote for the main motion.
Honorable Vice
Ms. Sophie,
Chair.
hold on.
Did you?
Yes, they're gonna change it.
Administratively? Okay.
Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. You wanna wait for that, or?
That should be okay, Rick. They don't need a change because of, yeah, they're good.
Okay.
All right, Honorable Vice Chair and members of RDC, this is a main motion vote for, legislation 0168-23. Honorable Shawna Klopp.
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Klopp votes green. Honorable, Rick Ness.
Good.
Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Delegate Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto.
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. That leaves 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Vice Chair not voting, 1 excused.
Thank you, Ms. Sophie. The motion carries, for legislation 168-23.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, we now went on to legislation number 0174-23. I would recommend we take at least a 15-20 minute break so that we can swap out the divisions as well.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
What about for 1 o'clock?
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take a recess till 1 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 1 p.m.
get run over on, Rockfall?
Record Vice Chair.
All right, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, we're on, moving on to legislation 0174-23, an action relating to Resource Development Committee approving and recommending the Budget and Finance Committee, the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Transportation and related matters to be included to the Navajo Nation FY 2024 comprehensive budget. So the sponsor is Honorable Brenda Seuss, and co-sponsor is Honorable Danny Simpson. I'd like to,
Ready for the record, Vice Chair.
we'll get this legislation ready for the record. Legislative staff.
Good afternoon, Honorable Vice Chair and members of RDC. This is legislation number 0174-23, the legislation summary sheet, tracking number 0174-23, date August 2nd, 2023. Title of resolution, an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Transportation and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2024 comprehensive budget. Purpose, this resolution, if approved, will approve and recommend of the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget for the Divisions of Transportation. Resources of Development Committee has authority and will be read into its entirety. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution 25th Navajo Nation Council, first year 2023, introduced by Prime Sponsor Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus and co-sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson for tracking number 0174-23. An action relating to the Resources and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Transportation and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2024 comprehensive budget. Be it enacted. Section 1, authority. A, the Resources and Development Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council with oversight authority over the Navajo Nation Division of Transportation. 2 NNC Section 500A. 2 NNC Section 501C1. B, the Resources and Development Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 2, findings. A, Oversight Committee recommendations shall not exceed the base planning amount 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Resources and Development Committee held budget meetings and heard reports from program staff and the Office of Management and Budget regarding the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Transportation. 12 NNC Section 840A. C, the Resources and Development Committee finds that approved of the proposed FY 2024 budget for the Division of Transportation and inclusion of such budget in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Transportation and related matters. A, the Resources and Development Committee hereby approves the FY 2024 budget for the Division of Transportation as detailed in the fund type budget summary attached hereto as Exhibit A. B, the Resources and Development Committee hereby approves certain revisions, if any, to the branch chief proposed FY 2024 budget amount for the Division of Transportation as shown in columns D and E in the general fund comparative summary attached hereto as Exhibit B. C, the Resources and Development Committee recommends the changes, if any, to the general fund budget described in Exhibit C. D, the Resources and Development Committee recommends certain conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, if any, as listed in Exhibit D. E, the Resources and Development Committee recommends that certain unmet needs, if any, for Division of Transportation to be included in the FY 2024 comprehensive budget as explained in Exhibit E. F, the Resources and Development Committee recommends that the Budget and Finance Committee approve the Division of Transportation FY 2024 budget and all committee recommendations as set forth in Exhibit A through E. G, The Resources and Development Committee hereby authorizes Chairwoman and Vice Chairman to negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Section 4, effective date. This action shall become effective as provided in 2 NNC Section 189A. Exhibit A, the Navajo Nation Fund Type Budget Summary. Exhibit B, the Navajo Nation General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit C, the Navajo Nation recommended changes to the general fund budget. Exhibit D, the Navajo Nation recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. Exhibit E, the Navajo Nation recommended an unmet needs budget. The first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary. Legislation number 0174-23, sponsor Honorable Brenda Jesus. Title, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee approving and recommending the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Transportation and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation FY 2024 comprehensive budget. Posted August 2nd, 2023 at 11:41 p.m. 5-day comment period ended August 7th, 2023. Digital comments received. Comments supporting, none. Comments opposing, none. Comments recommendations, none. Back to you, Vice Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sophie, for reading the legislation into record. Okay, at this time, I'd like to, turn the floor over to, Navajo Nation OMB to report on this.
Motion?
Okay. Apologize, motion. Honorable RDC colleague. A motion by, Chairman Nez, a second by Speaker Self. Okay, now we'll go on to, OMB's report.
Vice Johnson, member of RDC, I have informed the Budget, Office of Management and Budget that they're up to present the budget performance for Division of Transportation.
Want me to do the impact for me, or do you want OMB to go first? Go first. Okay. And at this time, we're waiting for Navajo Nation OMB to get on the call.
Vice Chair, recommendation?
Roll call.
Can we just go ahead and begin with the impact summary from our team from the Department of Transportation?
Mr. Honorable Call, I put the, our legislative advisor, he said only has to go first. Number 6. Thank you for your suggestion.
Vice Chair, and if perhaps, while we're sitting here, have, NDOT staff introduce themselves.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Nez. NDOT,
They'll be calling in.
we'll go to now. You guys, floor for introduction while we wait on OMB. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Vice Chair, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, on the Honorable Ricky Nez, the Honorable Otto So, and the Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, and the Honorable Danny Simpson. The Yagi, it's also seen Chandler Woolley initiate this other but now is not possible yet for a hush station in small door but funny was a there's a lot of that shit don't be the school in national or a yate do although our colleagues the participants online near bar for taking time out although our staff of course it's a little bit thoughtful before you we will go ahead and open up introductions to our staff members, from the Navajo Division of Transportation. I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody, RDC chairs and members of the council. My name is Sheila Clyde. I am the Administrative Service Officer with Department of Roads. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Janelle Benali. I'm with the Executive Section of the Navajo Division of Transportation, the Senior Executive. Good to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, RDC. My name is Tanya Jim. I'm the Delegated Transit Manager for the newly inherited department, Navajo Transit System. So the team in the Shalom, Boston, and Bush's team, for sure, that's Maritza, Arizona, National.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the RDC, Research and Development Committee. My name is Daniel Begay. I'm the Principal Contract Analyst for Division of Transportation. Say, for the coordination, the chief of questions chief, appreciate the notice, Kiali, that's the chief.
Good afternoon, Honorable Delegates, RDC, staff. My name is John Begay with Navajo DOT. I am GIS supervisor, but I'm also assistant Air Force Management intern. Thank you.
So we're here to present our FY 2024 budget. It comprises of our general funds, road funds management, as well as the requested Form 6s with an external funding. And we would like to report on, we've had a very
Right here.
Vice Chair Johnson, is Office of Management and Budget on the call now?
Good afternoon, this is OMB.
Okay, good. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, OMB. We're on legislation 174-23, pertaining to NDOT budget, you're up for the OMB report on Navajo Nation Division of Transportation.
Good
Yeah, the floor.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the RDC Committee. This is Darlene Sam from OMB. I gave the copies to Rodney the other day. I don't know if you guys all have copies of the OMB report.
We got it, thank you.
Okay, so going on, proceeding with the presentation. You have the cover sheet there, the Art Resources and Development Committee Fiscal Year 2024 budget hearings for Navajo Division of Transportation, Navajo Nation OMB report, August 7th through the 11th, 2023. And you have the table of contents, letter A through G. And going straight to letter A is your FY 2024 fund type budget summary. So for Navajo Division of Transportation Fiscal Year 2024 budget summary by fund type, you have the business units listed for the general fund and then also for the proprietary and special revenue fund totals and then the matching funds. So for fiscal year 2023, the approved budget, the grand total, all funds, $11,162,279. Fiscal year 2024 Navajo Nation funds, proposed general fund, $2,947,221. Indirect costs, one moment. I'm trying to get it on Zoom too now. It's really popping up. Indirect costs, $299,195. External cash match, $843,628. Proprietary fund, $24,000. Special revenue fund internal, $7,986,000. And the external, I don't have it reported here, but the divisions do have those numbers. So the grand total is $12,100,044. And then moving on to the next page. My screen is going between this and Zoom. All right, B is your FY 2023 third quarter budget status report. This is the FY 2023 third quarter as of June 30th, 2023. You see the business units listed for the general funds and then the special revenue. The original budget for the general fund is 2.6. Original budget for the road fund, the special revenue is 7.9. And the grand total is $10,578,314. The revised budget amount is the grand total $11,835,102.66. Actual expenditure $4,759,107.12. Encumbrance of $1,151,26.01. Budget available $5,924,969.53. And the general fund expenditure rate is at 76.70%, and the special revenue is at 38.36. Together they are at 49.94% expenditure. The next section will be covered by Ms. Rhonda Johnson.
Good afternoon, committee members. I am Rhonda Johnson with OMB under Management and Policy section. I'll be going over tab C, your FY 2023 third quarter performance assessment report. There are 8 business units listed. The names of the program: first quarter average is 3.26, second quarter is 3.44, third quarter is 3.47, and there's a note at the bottom. We provide full copies of this report that are updated and disseminated each quarter to the program. Our scoring system is arranged from 0 to 5, and you will note that this division is, it meets the expectation. Going on to tab D is your FY 2023 third quarter plans of operation status report. For the 9 business unit listed, the last time the plan of operation was amended was 2013. but for Business Unit 812018 and 112005, it was 2021. Below that is the statutory reference for the plan of operation. Under tab E is your FY 2023 conditions of appropriation legislative report, and there is none.
Okay, going on to tab F is your FY 2023 external funds expenditure report, and that report is 6 pages. So I will go to the last page, 6 of 6. And there are 140 funding sources, as noted in column A, index number, and going to column H, your original budget of external funds for Navajo Division of Transportation, $298,711,760.70. Revised budget of $355,356,383.08. Expenditures of $90,042,176.55. Open commitments of $20,430,906.24. Column L, available balance $244,883,300.29. Column M is your percentage spent, 31%. Column N is your percentage balance at 69%. Next is your G, FY 2021 single audit report. For Division of Transportation, there are 4 single audit findings, and you have single audit or audit finding number 4, number 5, number 6, and number 11. And that completes OMB's report. Thank you.
Okay. OMB, thank you for that report. Okay, I'd like to yield the floor over to Navajo Nation Division of Transportation, Mr. Chandler Bully. You have the floor.
Yes, we're here in 2023, was successful. We continue to address the nation's maintenance and construction needs, and new construction, such as the N35 paving in Sweetwater, Arizona, and then happy to bring getting closer on our Bird Springs project, and that's still in operation. So we're happy to report on, and then as well as just the continued maintenance in the communities, and then we continue with our maintenance preservation projects, paved highways, bridges, and earth and gravel roads. And we like to acknowledge all of our partners, our agencies, the counties, Navajo County, Patchen County, McKinley, San Juan, and New Mexico, San Juan, and Utah, as well as the states, New Mexico, Department of Transportation, ADOT, and as well as all of the chapters, the 110 chapters, our federal partners at the U.S. Department of Transportation, BIA, and all of the entities that collaborate in order to deliver the services of the Division of Transportation, the Navajo Division of Transportation. I would like to acknowledge the entire 25th Navajo Nation Council, and once again our Navajo DOT staff and the wonderful work as the dedication to this end, and we would like to kind of add some of our goals as we continue to align them with our projects and the transit system and highway safety and the education of the public and the general public as they're out there in the chapters, and as well as our construction division, our construction arms, and the road maintenance. They're very agile, able to assist during emergencies and continue to deliver service in such a manner. And we embrace their responsibilities, these expectations of our 110 chapters, the communities, and we appreciate our delegate relations and the regions that they represent. We appreciate the support of President Dr. Nygren and Vice President Montoya and all of the homes and lands that are represented here. So I'd like to say thank you, and as we go on to present our budget. And we would like to kind of go into our business unit 121001, the Navajo Division of Transportation Executive Office, and we have our proposed budget at $1,659,627, and we all our difference of 686,754, and we have the total number of positions budgeted 6, and the vehicles budgeted 4. So and that's in our division of our executive office, and they're used for personal expenses, which funds these 5 employees. The 2 of them are vacant for salaries and fringe benefits, and the funds are used for travel expenses, which include fleet expenses of 4 vehicles and travel expenses utilized by staff to attend meetings, work sessions, training, summits. And the funds are allocated for supplies, specifically operating supplies, including the purchase of office needs, janitorial needs, printer toner supplies for printers, reproduction of documents, and also it is noted that the division office complex does not receive services from facilities maintenance under the General Services Division and must have certain items to maintain the facility. And the funds are also budgeted for our vehicle maintenance supplies for the fleet of vehicles, and are also made available for the yearly land lease to the Navajo Hopi Land Office for the site of which the Navajo DOT complex is located, and as well as the needed items for facility, including internet, wireless, cellular use, water services, repair, and maintenance fees. And we also have on-call external contractors who are hired to maintain and we partner, and we also have contractors that work with electrical HVAC services for the facility, funds for technology and vehicle repairs and maintenance, and as well as consulting fees outside of the services specifically, and cultural resources, services, sanitation services, et cetera. And we also use the funds for catering, refreshment services utilized in our on-site meetings and with Council Oversight Committee, partnerships and meeting with counties, partnerships with ADOT, NMDOT, UDOT, and meeting with Federal Highway Administration, and for training and professional services due to staff for looking to attend these trainings, workshops, and certifications, and the funds for insurance premiums for our properties, vehicles, personnel, policy payments, and workers' compensation, as well as our capital outlay and county assessment. So that's how our budget has worked out in our executive office. And
Mr. Willie?
Yeah.
Real quick, I gotta, I'm gonna give the floor to Honorable Claw real quick for Honorable Claw.
So thank you, Mr. Willie, for the introduction of your staff, and then also welcome to the Department of Transportation. And I think all of us as delegates, we are very familiar with the work of transportation and how they have come into our community, also with the T-tip, and then also the amount of projects you have in your workload. So, and I did review the entirety of your budget, the other budget, but I noticed you did, include your external funding source, so thank you for adding that in, and, maintaining the OMB compliance according to the BIM. So I just wanted to make a recommendation, to Vice Chair and then also to NDOT, that I think the budget's pretty much straightforward. And then if, delegates just have questions specific to the line items that we work in that fashion. So that would be my recommendation, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Claude. Any other, Honorable, RDC delegates? Speaker So, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So, I had a meeting with the Tuba City Healthcare Corporation, and there's a little gadget that's supposed to be at every airport to communicate from the ground to the location, and to the weather, clouds, birds flying, whatever, the wind, the things like that. So I found out that the Tuba City Airport does not have that. And I'm just wondering where, because I know that you guys, I understand Kayenta has that. Chinle was just installed. Winter Rock, I believe was installed too, is what I would say. I was just wondering what is the dialogue on that, and I believe Shiprock has theirs installed. So I was just wondering what is the dialogue, because it's pertaining to transport of individuals who are flown out to other trauma-free facilities, or that require or hire. So that's just my one of my thoughts that I had there. The other is that the rental, just to give you guys heads up, we might go back to the drawing table regarding the rental. We're looking at what the rental rate is at a set rate, and based off of the acreage ratio. Because we know that the nation has triggered the Navajo Open Land Settlement Act to turn the land into trust. But in the settlement, it asks us to really optimize and maximize the benefits of any land taken into trust and the resources and financial what is generated off of those lands taken into trust to benefit the Navajo, to benefit the relocating. So that's going to be one of the other questions that we're going to be coming back to the table with in Office of Navajo Hopi Relocation Office. Actually brought that up because of the amount of area. Then the other is that we talked with Director Silverston on the past previous council, and they were outside of the allotted area, outside of the sandbox. And we just wanted to see if that cleanup has been done pertaining to that property there. That's my only two concerns that I have. Other than that, I'd like to thank you for your what you guys do on behalf of Navajo people, and we continue to press public education. Also at the local level, the chapters. You asked the question, we should not use as long as you get information out there, that dialogue, I think the chapters will understand, and they deserve those indirect consultation, especially the chapters that are certified. They deserve those consultation. And I tell my chapter, I shouldn't be telling NDOT to come visit you and giving you an update. you should be able to directly communicate with NDOT because of your status as an alternative form of government and a certified chapter. I think that government-to-government internal mechanism needs to happen. I think every chapter deserves that. And I try to stay out of the executive branch of business due to the fact of the separation of powers. But I would say, I always tell I can always tell the chapter, I said, I try to stay in my limit because once I step over the boundary, I may trigger other things that may get me in trouble. Even just try to continue to balance across the board for the Navajo people out there, whether it's in Tuba City or in Rama or in Herfinale. I say idea, but thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Stowe. I'd like to yield the floor back over to Honorable Qua.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, for leading us this afternoon. And my question is going to pertain to the budget for Navajo Transit System, Business Unit 118024. And in here, you do have all of external funding that is covering this. So I just want to say thank you for providing the public transit system for our Navajo Nation. And I have yet to ride one, but I will. If it's only $2 or so, I will get on that.
Actually, it's free.
It's free? Okay, great. So, thank you to...
A big conflict of interest once again.
Thank you for doing that. And I did see your numbers. Those are great numbers on behalf of providing that service for our people. The only recommendation I will just address in regards to that program is I know from Chinle to Window Rock, they have N27, which is recently paid, but we do need to have spots, little shelter areas for that. So maybe during our next regular RDC meeting, if you could just give a brief report on that. But I just wanted to say thank you to that, and we're very thankful that that's one free service on Navajo Nation. It's far and few that we have that, but I wanted to highlight that. And then the other one is in regards to our general fund for airport management. So that is Business Unit 121003. And in regards to what Shitsui Honorable Speaker So stated about how we do need equipment, we also need to draft a policy on how we need to regulate our airports. It's not specifically related to the budget, but I would like to maybe include that in your performance measurement. You do have in here in-house maintenance. So I know, speaking for Chinle, we do have the IHS, and we also have the airmen that fly in, but no one really regulates them. And then also the fuel stations there. So that would just be something that I want to address regarding that. And I do see in here under your performance measurement regarding that area that you have 10 outlined per quarter. So if we could try to get out a policy. And so, Mr. Willie, I think you would be charged with that this coming year. So, but I do see it in here. And other than that, as I mentioned, I did go through the book, and good job to your accountant for being here with the team. That shows that you're prepared, and then from what I saw, it's pretty straightforward. And this is federal funds, and I know that you guys are doing a good job. The only thing I do want to advocate is that Navajo be present when it comes to the United States Department of Transportation. I know that there are different summits are happening. One of the big ones is coming up in September in Anchorage, Alaska. So I do plan on attending that, but I do want to see our team grow and be a leader in transportation. So thank you, and Vice Chair, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to you. I have no other questions.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to yield the floor back over to our Division Director, Chandler Willie. I know there's a couple of recommendations and suggestions by honorable colleagues. So when, Claude here, you have the floor.
Хотя большое считал, начинать Shana and Paul, for bringing up these points when it comes to the Division of Transportation. And the first item, you're referring to our AWOS systems and how they relate to our airports and kind of directly to the medevac, getting folks from that need treatment from the hospitals. So thank you for bringing that up. And I'm going to defer to our leader in airports, Mr. Jonah Gay, and this was in dialogue. It was just in the dialogue this full time talking about that. It's real recent. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, Delegate. So I guess, Jonah Gay, your questions regarding AWOS, we call AWOS. It's an automated weather observation system. So basically what it is they are collecting weather at the airport. So when a pilot is coming in, they can see what's going on at Chinle, Shiprock, Crown Point. So that it collects the weather data automatically, and it gets feed to the pilot, so they know what's going on in that area. Either it's snowing, storming, windy. So that gives them a really good indication whether they should fly to that airport or not. So that's what that instrument does. And we ran into some issues with those because when the airports were drawn back in the 80s, they withdrew them just enough for the runway. These instruments require 1,000-foot radius with no obstruction. So basically from the runway, the edge of the runway, 500 feet, which is about maybe from that road right there, that's where it needs to be located. But it's going to fall outside the airport perimeter. So one of the options that we've been looking at is we need to reach out to the communities, wherever the land users are right in the area, including Tuba City, Shiprock, and Crown Point. Winter Rock already has it. Chinle, we're in the process of installing one. So we have a virtual meeting with FAA next week, and we're gonna talk to them to see if there are options to where we can put it inside that perimeter. Maybe at the very end of the runway, where there are no obstructions. But according to FAA regulations, it needs to be 500 feet from the runway. So we need to do that with Crown Point, Shiprock, and Tuba City. That's going to be a challenge. And we know it's a lengthy process for the Navajo Nation to get right away. So that's going to be the challenge. Then the other challenge is there's no guarantee that the land user is going to provide consent. So I guess that's going to be one of the first steps is to meet with the chapters, the locals, and to see if the land user is willing to give a consent for all the three airports. So that's what we're working on right now on the AWOS. But we are working on it. We're looking into it, and we see some challenges up ahead. So that's what that's for that.
Thank you, Jonah. So we will keep you informed, and as well as revisit this the rentals that we talked about in the processes, and we'll have to report back to RDC and yourself about the measures that are being taken and where we can collaborate. Right now, they kind of made a deception because of there was an opportunity that existed with the millings that are coming off of the highway construction right now, and so they're being stockpiled there just for a temporary time and then they're already being pushed out to other areas that are being needed for repairs and maintenance. So that's kind of, the status on that. We would like to reconvene at a later time to kind of talk about, that scenario, that situation. So, yeah, and then, for your comment about, N27 to Winter Rock with the Navajo Transit, very cool, and a good comment that you had to share with us, and, it means a lot to our Navajo Transit staff and to the individuals, as well as your comments for the team that worked very hard on the numbers and kind of beyond their hours, and thank you for acknowledging them as well. And as far as the Winter Rock stops, as Tanya had mentioned, there are those already, there's plans, as well as there are some inventory that exists, and then they just need to be kind of engineered in a way to where they fit per code and fit safely within that community, so within that exact site. So they're kind of a per site basis. So thank you, and we will update you as well, update you on the progress of that. And then as well as the airports and the policy and what the task that you outlined with coming up with policy and regulation and how we would address that situation. So thank you all, everybody, for the comment that you made. We've taken note and have not taken note lightly. We will work diligently with a rigor, continue our work rigor to address these issues as challenges and rise to them. So another as a closing remark, I think that we basically like other divisions kind of have a staff vacancies that we are actively looking to recruit through measures of job fairs, as well as reaching out to schools, training on heavy equipment, and looking to how we can innovatively work with the communities in order to have the right personnel to deliver the services and continue to help in a technical and a professional way with the engineers, the planners, archaeologists, environmental specialists, and we work with the colleges and organizations in the engineering societies that are out there, American Public Works Association, for recruitment possibilities and potential, and we're as well as our education component. We are also putting the word out that we're hiring, and we're so that type of messaging will be out there, as well as continuing to emphasize the safety and the importance of during storm times, and just everyday average travel from place to place. So thank you for allowing us to present our budget.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. I'd like to return to my RDC colleagues, Honorable Clifton.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, with members of RDC. Mr. Willie, thank you for your presentation, your staff. I think, again, congratulations to your appointment. Being the Division Director for INDOT. Just a quick, I guess, external funds and the report from OMB showing the external funds will be expiring this fiscal year, 2023, September 30th. And I see a few of them that have a large amount. And those are concerns, because I don't like these externals going to be reverted back to the federal government. I know sometimes it's just our internal policy to make it hard to get our project expedited and everything like that. So with this thing, you might have some recommendation that we might have to amend laws or make new laws to help you expedite your projects, when you get funded. Let us know. That's what we're here for. So let us know what we can do to help you when you get funded, to expedite your projects. Something, I know DOJ is here, DOJ gets all the blame, but we can make changes DOJ is just following what's written in the law, in the code, so they have to follow that. But we can make changes to make things happen quickly. So let us know, look at all your policies that you work with to projects, and make your recommendations to what we can do to help you to expedite these projects that you get external funds, because I do not like to see money returned back to, look at our ARPA funds, where we're at right now. You know, my understanding, I mean, this is coming, I'm not gonna name any names, but one top attorney, not the federal government on ARPA funds that makes it hard for us to, how we want to budget this money, or how to utilize money. It's our own laws that makes it hard. Our own stipulations we put on ourselves on external funds. So please let us know what we can do to help you. I know you have your expertise here. Thank you, staff, for your great work. I know you guys are overworked, but you know, we appreciate your commitment to our Navajo people, to make the staff. I share how you teach today. So, but that's one thing. The other part is it just came about not too long ago with San Juan County, and one of the sub-communities in Herfield, and Herfield is one child I represent, and that sub-community is one of probably the largest communities, sub-communities in Workville, and San Juan County, New Mexico, works very well with this, but there was a bridge, we call it 5 Mile Bridge, in that area, and it became very unsafe. It's been there. That bridge was built back in 1920, and they took it from somewhere else and put it in that area right there where it's at right now today. And that was placed there in 1961. So 1920 it was built. It was a different location. They took it from there to where it's at today, and that was placed back in 1961. So it's there all the way to 2023. So it's not a very not a cheap project. But we'd like to maybe meet with you and your appropriate staff, sit down with San Juan County, and how we can address it. This 5 Mile Bridge. And I did talk to Commissioner McDaniel, and I want him to put everything on Navajo Nation, because this is a San Juan County road, but a good number of our Navajo people in work want to utilize that road. And now, because they had to commute to a different route, which takes about an hour longer. Instead of getting home from Farmington to their home, utilizing the bridge, probably about 45 minutes. Now it's an hour and 45 minutes to commute to work and all that. And it's just something that I think we need to sit down and talk about how we can work with San Juan County. So, if you can reach out to the county manager, Mike Starks, and start a meeting, and just maybe start talking point. And that's the purpose of this whole budget, you know, how do we help our community members that address airport, roads, you know, the bridges, all this stuff. But this could be a topic that we can start with. And when you set that meeting with Mike Stark, the town manager, let me know. I can attend that meeting. Okay? Actually, I should say again, congratulations. Like I said, I don't have a problem with the budget. Again, I know that your staff works very hard, and I know with the minimum amount. Now, most people think $200 million is a lot of money. And I just think about that's a penny for constructing roads, constructing bridges, airport. You know, that's really pennies to just what our needs are for roads, airport, and bridges. You know, but our people think that $200 million. You know, we get asked, what do you guys do with $200 million? You know, just to do a pave, not just to pave roads. You know, we're talking about $3 million a mile. Man, that's a lot of money, you know. I mean, if people don't know that, we have to explain to them, you know what? If you want a paved road, and that's 2 lanes, it's $3 million a mile. And we say 200 million? What? 3 million, what, 60 miles, 65 miles, that's it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly. I mean, so just thank you so much with what you have, you know, what you get from the federal government and how you work those, how you work with the money to address our road needs, bridge needs, and airport needs. Thank you so much. I know, I commend Mr. Silversmith too. He helps a lot with 23rd, 24th counts. I commend him a lot. You know, but sometimes we have to move on, and we have to look for other things that we want to do. We want to change in life. So, but again, welcome aboard, and staff, thank you so much for always helping us out. Yeah, thank you. Please come.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Thank you for for sharing your thoughts and for your comments. Anybody else from RDC would like to comment or make any suggestions, recommendations? Chairman Ness?
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, NDOT. Yeah, I just have a concern about companies that are contracted through NDOT. A company did chip seal on 2 of our roads at San Juan chapter, and within about 2 months, 3 months later, potholes started showing up. Through the winter, it just increased. And I contacted NDOT, and they said they would get the company to come back out and do the repairs. I asked about the insurance and all that, as to how they should at least come back and repair those potholes. When I talked to the company there, when they were laying down the chip seal, he said the chip seal is going to be 2 inches. You get it and you look at it, it's only 1 inch. And it's just falling apart quickly already. I mean, I think you guys need to really look at these companies and start checking their work. And I think you guys need to tell that company to come back and do those repairs on the 2 road projects at San Juan chapter. And I don't know how many roads that they've probably chip sealed, and they're probably falling apart as well. So that's just a concern that I have, and I believe Mr. Daniel there is aware of it, as well as Mr. Peterman is aware of it also. So I just want to say that, and you know, we do what we can to support our divisions and departments as well. We're here to assist, and I'm not just talking for my chapter, but throughout the Navajo Nation. How many of these companies actually get awarded a contract and then they just leave with the money and not even come back? You know, to me, it reflects on this company themselves. So I don't really want to say anything, but I'll tell you after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Ness. Anybody else from RDC have any questions? For yourself?
Throw another one in there. I guess we know that the federal dollars come down the pipeline. Then we have the real excise tax that generates funds. And I know it's there's policies in place for it. And just the thought, we know that monies are budgeted right now for whatever projects are there. But there's projects that where the construction got completed, and whatever they're idling and things like that, and the mechanism to re-pool those together and see if you could fund additional planning projects for roads. I don't like the fact that we're paying Checker House parking lot. I think the original intent when that was put into law was to pay for the groundwork for these roads that meet the high average daily traffic count days and things like that, and to get the A&E done to work with the chapter so that these things are done. So when the federal dollars come into play, these roads are pretty much preliminary ready, and they may already have right-of-way in place, so that when the federal dollars come into place, you know, we have the right away and, the AE completed. And just that planning, I think that, and needs to, get back to that thinking. And, I remember, Leonard Associates, former delegate Leonard Associates, stuff, when we're funding chapter parking lots. We were supposed to be funding the planning of these roads. And, like the city was after the 1 mile section that's going to be done soon. Finally, you know, we know that there's issues pertaining to bidding and things like that, and the gravel, and the pandemic, things like that. But, you know, we finally got this through. So, yeah, but nonetheless, if I could, provide me any information on, not now, but later, maybe next week or that, you know, but how many projects are completed that is just sitting idle that has money left over, and maybe we could look at reshuffling to delegate regions for their projects that are still working on right of ways and things like that. So we could try to get a project ready, basically. So idea overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Yourself? Yeah, you'll the floor back over to the Division Director.
For your words of encouragement and concern, and as well as these topics of important topics of QA/QC, efficiency, and priority. So, as far as working with the Honorable Danny Simpson, talking about our San Juan County issues and our external funds and the recommendations that you brought up. I think that it sounds like it's of the urgency, and it sounds like something that we will get back and schedule and collaborate, and we would like you to be there. Thank you, and then as well as Honorable Ricky Nez and the concerns with QA/QC and the quality control out in the communities and the work of our contractors. Thank you for bringing up very important and definitely should need the emphasis that of in any of our relationships with the folks that are doing work. So even internally, that's important. So thank you for bringing that up, and we will report to you on the status of how that transpires as well. So thank you. And then the Honorable Otto So, your comments on FET, federal dollars, priority, ADT, and working on what the work that comes out, and the number of projects and how those are arranged and shuffled. And we will also like to report back to you on those type of issues and work with you and make those our priorities as well. All of those are taken into consideration and are in our workflow going forward. And for me, for the words that you shared, all of the RDC committee, I want to continue that type of relationship, and then as well as you acknowledge Mr. Silversmith, and I hope for that to continue, and that we can work together to deliver the much needed project to the Navajo people.
Thank you. Mr. Woolley, I got a question by Chairman Ness.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up, sir. The company and NDOT told me that company would come back in the spring to do the repairs on those potholes, and it's almost summer now, and I'm just wondering when they're gonna come back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Division Director, Mr. Woolley.
Well, we can follow up, but at the same time, I'm made aware that that could be, what the plan of, correction and where we can, address that, urgently as soon as possible. So we'll contact you and keep you updated.
Anybody else from RDC have any questions, recommendations?
Any amendments?
Yes, and Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, there would be amendment to this legislation. Amendment number one would be exchange the old Exhibit A with the new Exhibit A. We need to exchange the old Exhibit B with the new Exhibit B. We need to change the old Exhibit C with the new Exhibit C. With the new Exhibit C should be blank. Then we need to exchange the old Exhibit E with the new Exhibit E. Vice Chair Johnson, member of RDC, so that way the documents that's required for Budget and Finance to consider will be conformal with the memorandum that was also issued by Office of Legislative Counsel, and the new numbers that have to be included into Exhibit A and Exhibit B, which includes the external funds. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that is amendment number one that would need to take place.
Okay, if there's another question, suggestions, recommendations by honorable RDC colleagues, I'm ready to vote or amendment. Right?
Motion.
Got a motion by Speaker Stoll. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Honorable Claus. For amendment.
Honorable Vice Chair and members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for, Amendment 1. Roll call vote from Honorable Shauna Claus.
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Claus votes green. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Devin Simpson.
Agree.
Honorable Devin Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. That leaves 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, Vice Chair, and 1 excused.
Ms. Sophie? Mike?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that would be only amendments made to this legislation will be exchanged out of exhibits. Now we're back onto the main motion.
Okay, now that we're back onto the main motion, we ready to vote? Okay, let's take it to a roll call vote. Ms. Sophie?
Honorable Chair and members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for main motion. Honorable Shauna Claus.
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Claus votes green. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. And 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, Vice Chair, and 1 excused.
Thank you, Ms. Sophie. Motion carries. The legislation moves on to the next. Mike? Okay. All right, moving on to number 5, close of meeting, announcements and adjournments. Do we have any announcements, Mr. Tyke?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, we have a special RDC meeting on Tuesday, September 15th at 10 a.m. here in the Navigation Line Department. However, the Navigate Committee just released their special budget meeting, and theirs takes place starting the 15th through the 18th at 9 a.m. Just my personal, or my professional, but we are a standing committee just the same as a Navigate Committee. So I don't know if you want to have our meeting the exact same time as theirs, or not, or you want to cancel. That would be something that I would leave up to you, but that is something to consider.
17th,
Tuesday.
Oh, August, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Far ahead.
Yeah.
September. August, I mean.
Chair, right quick. Is this in Dr. B's queue while we discuss this issue?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tuesday, Bob.
I need coffee.
September 15th?
August.
It's on Tuesday, right?
That is on Tuesday.
And there's a NABI, same day?
On the same day, and starts at 9 o'clock. And the NABI kit, well, we're considering it two legislation, which is the oversight budget for Office of the President, Vice President, and there's one more legislation I can't call off the top of my head at the moment.
Audit? Nation's audit? We have to approve that.
But that would be legislation. This is for the oversight,
Here.
so that would just be oversight legislation.
Give oversight?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Oversight. And they will need a quorum, just as you needed a quorum. There's also that two per committee,
Committee rule.
the two committee rules. It's a possibility, and that would be that you decide among yourselves which two will go over there, and that
Then
would
we
be
have a quorum here.
and you would have a quorum here, so that you would make sure that they have their quorum, or your committee works. Is there any other standing committee having a meeting at the same time?
Vice Chair Johnson, member of RDC, yes. HES will be having their committee, meeting, also a special meeting on Tuesday as well. Since per Title II change, they would have it on Monday, since Monday is a holiday, theirs is on Tuesday. So, they're also impacted by this. If we use the two-person rule that goes over to NABI, we'll have four-person here, but I know there's one report dealing with Chaco Canyon that needs to be held in executive session, and I believe that all RDC members want to be present for that report with Madam AG.
Mr. Roddy?
Should we cancel our special? Early, at 5 today?
We got, Honorable
7 to 10?
Vice Chair, on Tuesday, I have a very important meeting, and I was gonna request to be excused, and I really need to be at this meeting. It involves, peacemaking, it involves, Department of Justice, and at one of my chapters, and there's issues that really need to be resolved, so I just, I hate to dodge all of you. I didn't Tuesday.
Chair, same thing here, I said, with the RDC's, very busy schedule, the last 2 months, I miss all my chapter meetings. And right now, Tuesday, I have 4 chapter meetings I made a commitment to. And, this will be, if I miss all these 4 chapter meetings, third chapter meeting I missed. So, I'm gonna cut these keys on Tuesday.
Yeah. What I can do for me is, if I'm done by noon, I can probably attend an upkeep, but I'm not sure yet. And I know we're all very busy, and chapters, they start missing us too, asking how's the budget going, how are these things, and they want to hear a report from their delegates too. And if it's the one thing that we do once a month, it's the only thing that we can at least do that is very important to our community. So I would say that we reschedule it for another time. Yeah.
Okay.
Scott?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, the second legislation that NUPCG is gonna consider is gonna be the legislative branch. So it's both executive and legislative that they're gonna consider starting on Tuesday, August 15th through Friday, August 18th. We can keep our regular meeting per schedule for August 23rd. Hopefully, Budget and Finance will be done with the Budget and Finance Committee oversight review of all the legislation. We've got ours all turned in. These are the last final 2 that need to be submitted. So that would just be my recommendation, that we just cancel the special meeting and just have our regular RDC meeting on August 23rd. But my own recommendation is that we move up the time from 10 to 9, because as of now, we have 5 reports. And right now, it is 4 legislations. And I would need to work with Office of the Attorney General to see if she is available to provide that report regarding Chaco Canyon in executive session on that day too.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, I don't know what Budget and Finance schedule is for the oversight to present what the work that RDC has done on its resolutions. And the chair and the vice chair are tapped to represent RDC at those meetings. And I don't know how BNS is going to do those. Usually the same RDC chair sits where the presenter is, and RDC chair, vice chair, agent will be the divisions that RDC has oversight over. And I don't know what the agenda is, when they're going to start that, if they will have RDC first or not. And so that is another item to schedule. I don't know if Madam Chair and Vice Chair are going to be able to attend all those or not.
Sure. With that information from Ms. Khan here, Forrest can make a commitment on that 23rd that Ron talked about. Forrest can make a commitment. We have to be here. And, Chair and Vice Chair take care of the business for Budget and Finance. So I'll make my commitment on 23rd. I'll be here. It's my commitment.
Chair, it's always helpful that we can just have 4, and, I know there's important business, but if we're all here, that's good too. But if we cover each other for each other like that, it's very helpful. Some of us sometimes have hospital appointments and other concerns as well, so.
Totally understand. Yeah, I really appreciate everyone here that, works together and covers for one another. Do you have any other, speakers?
One suggestion is to hold off on all reports and just address the resolution and just have a quick meeting, but whenever we have time ample. And that way, because reports are the ones that carry out. Then just schedule the reports so that those reports to the next meeting.
Or ask them for a written report, and then we can do a follow-up later.
But 23rd is a regular meeting.
Yeah.
23rd, so we make a commitment. If Chair and Vice Chair has to be at these, budget and finance, so I make my commitment 23rd to be here.
I'll be here.
Yeah, and report, we can hear regular reports, regular meeting. So I'll be here on 23rd. And I concur with that 9 a.m. I concur with that.
We still have a lot of reports, but I'll be here, but that would be my thing.
Okay, for them. All right, so Vice Chair Johnson, my understanding is I'm going to cancel our special meeting that's going to be on Tuesday, August 15th, and we will stick with our regular RDC meeting on Wednesday, August 23rd, and we will start at 9 a.m.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, get back to the, agenda. Is there any other announcements? RDC colleagues, okay. Mr. Todd, any announcements? Okay. Okay, good. Adjournment?
Motion to adjourn.
People call, for a second. Right quick for a second. Ron, we don't have to take action on canceling the meeting or officially, we have to take action on that?
Vice Chair, Delegate Simpson, members of RDC, if I just get consensus, I can just write the memo saying we're canceling it.
Second? Okay, adjourn. Okay.
Honorable Vice Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call for adjournment. Honorable Shawna Claus.
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Claus votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. That's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, Vice Chair, and 1 excused.
Motion carries. Meeting adjourned at 2:23.